OBS crashed. OBS crashed. OBS crashed, Lamau. My back. I'm back. I should be back. Am I back?
I know the sewer system runs beneath Crawford like the back of my hand.
Should have played Sekiro.
I wouldn't happen to have a map by you.
Whoop whoop. Oof. Big oof. Big oof. I like Dorito Man. I like Dorito Man.
We come up right underneath them, take them by surprise, grab what we need, and get out before they even knew what hit them.
All right.
Okay, that's not bad.
You know, I mean, let's pretend like nothing happened. You know?
I've thought about it before, just never had the people to do it. But I think if we all work together, we could pull it off.
And what do you want in return for all this help you're giving us?
Crawford doesn't just have what you need for your boat.
So my bitrate is so low right now, guys. I'm scared. Okay, I have a feeling my stream is gonna crash again.
We have to.
So, it's decided then? We're going to Crawford?
Anyone else have a problem with this plan?
Okay, I feel like we should not go to Crawford. Why is that not an option? I feel like going to Crawford is a terrible idea.
I'd rather take a chance on doing something than just sitting around here waiting to die. That boat out there is an answered prayer. Just gotta push a little bit farther. Are you in or out?
That's what he said. Ha ha.
We should go tonight, under cover of dark. I'll go let my people know. Give you all a chance to prepare.
Okay, it's good. Hello again. Hello, Crimson. Welcome
That's how
back.
I'm still alive.
I am back.
I told you to stay in your room. How long have you been there?
Is it going to be dangerous?
Thank you for the hand pass. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. Thank you.
Crawford.
No, don't worry. We have a good plan and good people. We'll be here before they even know we're there. Trust me, don't you?
It's so bitter. I don't know why this is so bitter.
That's my girl.
Is it because it's carbonated?
I guess I should go get ready.
Say what now?
You said you'd need all of us to do this, and you said I'm a big help, remember? Molly said Crawford is the only place left in Savannah that still has people. That means it must be where my mom and dad are, right?
Maybe. Oh. I won't say anything. I'm not gonna say anything.
Can't I come with you?
Should I bring her with me? I'll bring her with me. Yes, you can come.
Okay, you can come. But you have to promise to stay quiet and do exactly what you're told the whole time we're there.
This time, I'm
gonna go
bringing Clementine with me. Alright. It's the shuttle clock! It's the shuttle clock! No, I'm not a drinker anymore, Jimmy. I'm a recovering addict.
Check out what I found in the garage. Hatchet, hacksaw, some other tools. Might come in handy on this little break-in.
Nice.
Honestly though, I'm like super unhealthy. Really unhealthy.
I took another look at the boat.
It's really like affecting my health.
So,
We're gonna have a capacity problem. Boat that size ain't gonna hold more than 5 people, even with one of them a kid.
me, you, Clem, Krista, Omi, Ben, Molly.
Assuming everyone makes it back alive, that's still one too many. Even if we cut Molly loose, before this is over, we're gonna have to make a decision.
You're not serious.
Look, I'm just saying, if we want the best chance of...
Oh.
Who the hell is this?
This is Bree. She can help us.
The more the better.
Good. We're gonna need all the help we can get.
We should go to the gym and swim. 5:30 is when it opens.
And what are we waiting for? Let's get moving.
To the gym and swim. You know, I'm brave of you to think I could swim.
Hold on
because I cannot, Chewy. I cannot.
Hey, whoa, hold on a minute. You're not taking her with us. Did you not hear anything I said about the kind of place Crawford is? If you take her in
She
there
can
and
help.
they find her,
This little girl's not just excess baggage. She's gotten us out of a tight spot more than once. She's
Wait, you
coming.
can't swim?
Deal with
No,
it.
I
You
can't
heard the
swim.
man.
I don't
Let's
know how
move
to
out.
swim. No, I know how to like float to the bottom, like sink to the bottom. But no, I don't know how to swim. I've never learned how. The fuck, you live in Cali? Yeah! Yeah, I live in Cali and I don't know how to swim.
this should be it. We're right underneath the center of Crawford. The old school should be directly above us.
Okay, people. This is it. Remember the plan. We stay quiet. We stay
Okay.
hidden.
I need to be a swimming instructor. I'll
find
teach
what we
you.
need,
Okay, I
before
tried
anyone
learning
even knows
every
we're there.
summer. I
Got
swear
it?
to God, every summer I have my friends like try to teach
And
me
that part about
because we
staying
always
close,
go to like the
that goes
lake,
double for
like
you.
the pool, yada yada. I just could never. I just can't. And I don't know. My body just don't work that way.
Can't get a good look above with the cover on.
Okay, go up.
Let's go.
Relax body and let yourself flow is a good start. Well, that's the thing. I'm always like so tense, you know? Pretending like I'm
Easy,
dead.
buddy.
I could do that.
Should be
You know?
guards patrolling.
What? You disappointed?
It's just strange, is all.
I think I see one over there by the door.
Oh,
Okay. Me and Kenny will sneak
I
out
grew
there and
up
take him out quiet.
in NC and I know how to swim.
For our signal.
I mean, like, I never,
Everybody
like,
got it?
when I was younger, I never went inside the water.
No shooting unless there's
You
no
know?
other choice.
You wanna know why though? I think it's because, like, when my sister was really, really young, she drowned. She drowned. So we just never went to the lake or like anywhere near water after that. Oh. I mean, she's still alive. She's still alive. My sister is still alive. Okay, guys. Like, no, she's still alive. She's still alive. Okay. No.
Get inside, fast!
Oh, get inside. I'm gonna need a life jacket though. Damn, don't scare us like that. No. My sister is not dead, guys, but she drowned when she was like a kid, and my uncle had to like save her.
Do you think they saw
And
us?
then ever since that, we just like never went to like,
Definitely.
you know, we just never went to the lake ever again, or like anywhere near a body of water.
What the hell happened here? I thought this place was supposed to be secure. What always happens, I guess. In the end, the dead always win.
Oh man, we are so screwed.
No, this is good.
How's this good?
What? How the fuck is this good?
Before, everyone in Crawford was smart and they had guns. Now they're dumb and they don't. Hey, trying to look on the bright
Oh my
side.
god.
I agree. So long as we don't let them box us in, we can still do this.
Finicky.
The plan hasn't changed.
Welcome,
The plan
welcome.
hasn't changed.
You came this close to convincing all of us. You were a psychopath when you told your sister
No,
drowned and
you wanna do
immediately
a head count?
follow up
Or do
with
you
that
want to get what we
laughter.
need and get the hell out of here?
I'm sorry. Okay, I should be more
Come on,
clear.
I think I know which way to head.
Happy ending. Uncle saved her.
I got a bad feeling about this.
Same happened with my mom, but I can understand since I felt that fear for like 2 seconds. I think I almost drowned once too, but it was because of my sister. I think it's because she was like pushing me off the pool.
Just keep moving. Here.
Okay.
Looks okay. Everybody in.
Everybody in! Also, what's up, Shen? I hope stream has been epic pog and not septic sog. It's been very fun. Stream has been great. My stream actually just crashed. Is back. But how have you been, Finicky? How are you? How was your day? Armory.
Figures.
Do you think it's kind of ironic how like they don't
Looks like they were using
they
this room
killed
as
off
some
all the
kind of command
kids,
center.
but then they were like
Okay, so now what? Where do we
hiding
start
in
looking?
the elementary school? A school? They were hiding in a school. Isn't that kind of ironic?
Here. Just give me a sec.
Fuel?
Where can we find some fuel for the boat?
There's a maintenance shed across from the playground here. If they were storing fuel, that's probably where it'll be.
Okay. Medicine?
Where would be the best place to look for medicine?
Right here. Nurse's station. They were using it as a medical facility.
How do you know that?
Just makes sense, doesn't it?
So then we just need a battery.
She's kind of
So,
sussy. She's
right
kind of
next door.
sussy, you know?
Yep, it's called Herman's. You can't miss it.
Okay, I'll make the run to the maintenance shed for the fuel.
They was
It'll
gonna
be
eat
faster
some
if I go with you. I can
peanut
take
butter
you right
ice
to it.
cream
I'll come too.
No, 2 people's enough.
and winding down right
You
now.
stay here, see if we
Watch
can
Shen
use any
and
of those
chill time.
tools we brought to get that armory door
Shen
open.
and chill.
Might need to shoot our way out.
I'll go for the medicine.
I'll come with you. I know what to do.
Ice cream,
Okay.
noise.
Guess
I haven't
that
had
leaves me
ice
to go
cream
find us a battery.
in so long.
I'll go with you. Watch your back.
So long.
Okay,
Actually,
we've got a plan.
there was ice
Everyone
cream
be
in
careful.
like my
Stay
freezer,
close to one another. We'll all meet
today.
back here.
and I was gonna
Good luck.
grab some to eat, but then like my brother ate it all, so I never got a chance to eat it. But it's okay. It's not like I'm sad about it, you know. It's not like I was like hoping to wake up one day, you know, and eat it when I woke
What
up.
about me?
You know, it's
What
not like
can
I'm
I do?
disappointed.
I need you to stay here with me and watch over our command. I'll put you in
It's okay
charge.
though. Senpai and chill.
You're
The
leaving me
new
with
Netflix
Ben?
and
I'm
chill.
not leaving you with Ben.
Are you still
I'm leaving
watching?
him with you. Understand?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Back before you know it.
Back before I know it. I see.
Nothing but crayons and construction paper. So according to Bree, fuel is at the maintenance shed. Medicine might be at the nurse's office. And a battery would probably be at the auto shop out through here.
No PG-13 here, children. Both to assume we are children.
The fuel's in a shed across from the
But
playground.
we're all
It's just
adults
outside
here,
the
right? Right? All adults.
If we're gonna find medicine anywhere, that would be the place to look. Bree said the entrance to the auto shop was in the alleyway by this
Okay.
fire escape.
Okay. Think I
The
got
Georgia
it.
state flag. A lot of history there.
Georgia.
Not that it matters much now, I guess.
Let me loot around. Just in case
No
I find
power,
something
no
useful,
TV.
you know?
Might come back for these later. Any reading material would be nice once we get on that boat.
Okay. Dolls.
Creepy.
Yeah, those are some creepy dolls. Creepy dolls. Ben.
Hey, you need any
Shit.
help with that?
Thanks, I got it. Just once, I'd like to do
I
something
know Chaos
useful,
is.
you know?
I'm considering him as an elder. Respectfully.
You're pretty useful.
Yeah, right.
Respectfully.
Seems like all I ever
Chewie
do
just
is
called
get
you
us in
old,
trouble.
Chaos.
Well, I'll let you get on
Boomer.
with it.
No, wait. there is something you can help me with.
Okay.
Something that's been on my mind. I could use your opinion.
What is it?
It's Kenny. Since I've been helping him work on the boat, I've gotten to know him a little better. He's a good guy, you know? And it's eating me up knowing what I know. I've been thinking about telling him the truth.
Ben, come
No.
on. This again?
No, don't tell him, Ben.
Fucking Katya
No.
got killed. If I hadn't screwed up back at the motor inn, they'd still be alive. How am I supposed to just kill
He's
something
gonna
like that?
kill you, Ben.
I have to tell him.
No. Are you fucking nuts?
No offense, but have you lost your motherfucking mind? Kenny's barely hanging on. You tell him you're to blame? I don't even want to think about what he might
Oh my
do.
god.
I know. I've thought about that. But I don't know how much longer I can keep looking him in the eye. I feel like I'm lying to him by not telling him.
I'm telling you, man, it's a bad idea. Real bad.
Hey, maybe you're okay walking around with somebody's blood on your hands, but that's not who I am. I can't just pretend it never happened.
Look, we need Kenny.
Kenny, you had
We
to.
need him to
Oh no,
hold
not
this shit
Kenny.
together if we're
Ben,
ever gonna get
you had
out
to
of here.
keep that.
So you need to keep this
To the grave.
yourself, for the good of
I'm sorry,
everyone.
you cannot tell
You
Kenny.
hear me?
Kenny will kill you, Ben.
I hear you. I'm gonna get back to this.
Did she break? Did I break? Am I back? Am I breaking? No, did I break?
Looks like they had quite a system.
Speaking of the elder, I got past the old
Solution.
Altier part. Oh wait, this was written on the boards, right? Wait, number of citizen, number of walkers, initials, days. What? Oh my god. Globe.
Have to wonder
It's
what's
good
going
now?
on in
Okay.
the rest of the world.
Shen! Itoshi! Welcome!
Just a bunch of paste.
Welcome, Itoshi! This is Step Bro. How are you? How was your day?
You okay?
How was your weekend?
Yeah. This desk is just like the ones we have in my school. I know it's weird, but I kinda miss it, being in school.
I miss
Me
teaching.
too. I used to be a teacher, remember? Tell you what, when we find ourselves a safe place, set up a little classroom. Just you and me.
Will there be homework?
No homework.
Oh my god, Stepsis is surviving again?
Do you think
Yep,
things will
I've
ever
only
be
got one
normal
person
again?
killed.
Just like
Chuck.
the way they were before?
Wait, it wasn't my fault. Okay. Nobody
I
knows.
don't think anyone knows the answer to that, Clem. Maybe there's somebody out there working on a way to fix this.
Okay,
Some
was
kinda
Chuck
cure,
like
maybe.
determined to die anyways?
just no way
Like
to
there's
know.
like no way I could
Hope
save him.
so.
That's good. You hold on.
Oh wait, Duck is finally gone? Yeah, Duck is finally gone. Okay, Clementine. Like a rug. Doing great, just chilling in the afternoon. Nice. Are you gonna stream tonight, Toshi? What did you feel about Carly dying? God, I hated it. That shit still traumatizes me. I don't know. Freaking Lily! Oh my god, I swear to God. Freaking Lily. Crazy. I still have a feeling she's alive.
Must be the guy who ran this place.
I feel like she's gonna come back.
Looks like he figured himself as some kind of supreme leader.
Supreme leader. All illnesses and medical condition must be disclosed to the council. Wait, I didn't finish reading. Children under 14 not admitted without authorization. Anyone asked to leave Crawford cannot return under any circumstances. Thief or looting within the district will not be tolerated. Waste not. Make most of your rations. Okay. Do I remember where to go? No, I don't. But it's okay. Empty locker.
The alleyway to the auto shop's down here. You coming or not?
What? Where's Where did she say that? Where is she? Shell casings?
Whatever happened here wasn't.
Yes, Cece, I am looking forward to continue the game I played last night. Nice, nice. I will be watching. Oh, it's the same sign. Okay. Hey, where did she go?
This must be the door to the alleyway where the auto shop is. But where the hell is Molly?
Where the hell is Molly? Wait, Shen, I forgot. Did you shoot the kid or beat him with the wrench?
Molly.
Oh, I beat him
You
up
out
with
here?
the wrench. Yeah.
Guess I'm not going that way.
Well, you play the DLC, you see Carly again? Oh. Alright. Deliveries made in rear. Rare? Can I go in here? Did they?
Herman's.
Oh, that new code shit?
This is a place I'm
I
looking
mean,
for.
I feel like logically, it's the better option, you know? It's a lot, like, nicer than stomping him.
Damn.
And, like, if I shoot him, it'll be too loud, you know? It's a waste of a bullet, you
Climbing
know?
fences and that.
I just shoot Duck multiple times, if I can. Oh, okay, for Duck, I think I shot Duck. But the zombie kid in the attic, I killed him with the wrench. But don't worry, I am proud of you for getting rid of him. Thank you.
Auto shop must be down this way.
Wait, but how do I get past? I can't jump up, right? No? Where the heck is Molly? Huh? Is this episode 4? Yeah, this is episode 4. What? Where is Molly? How do I get up? Oh, wait, here. Oof, I'm gonna break my ankles. Oof! You guys ever jump like so high that like it hurts your ankles?
Must be the entrance to that auto shop.
I
where
remember
Lisa would find
the
that
pain.
battery.
I don't remember this, lol. Welcome, man, Phantasma. Welcome.
It's jammed tight.
How are you? How's your day? Okay. No, nothing here. Okay.
Better not get too close.
No? Yeah, I tripped before. You also fell down the roof before too. Oh! Oh my god. I have jumped off a building before. Oh wait, yeah, my ankles, they hurt. Yeah, it hurts a lot, right? Because all the pressures on it. Where have you been?
Where the hell have you been?
Holy crap!
Molly? Molly!
What?
I think you got it.
I think you got it.
One more. For luck.
Oh god. I did once nearly
What,
buckle my
medical
knees.
supplies?
Oof.
Some kind of scientist
Oof.
or doctor, maybe?
Pain.
Yeah, well, he ain't
Hey,
shit
you still
now.
remember that? I'm surprised. Yeah, I still remember it.
So I am.
I've even seen like a
garage door
picture
is
of the
jammed.
roof that you fell
Can't
through.
raise
Not Not a problem. Look what I found.
Oh yeah, that'll work.
Oh, we gotta hurry up. Don't just look at them. Okay.
Come on!
Oh, cute. Wait, it's still alive.
Take a look around.
I even forgot that I
I'll make
told
sure
you
no
that story.
stragglers get under the store.
Yeah. Imagine having to fall down a roof, guys. I'm doing good. Played a bunch of games. Nice. Sounds fun.
Well, I can see where the battery should be.
Continuously beating
It's
a
not.
dead person, just like GTA San Andreas days. Oh my god.
Looks like Crawford had their own semi-truck.
Oh,
That blinking must be an
There you go.
anti-theft system.
oh come
Good
on.
chance of a working battery being in
Said
their
that thing's
car.
like 10 times after it stopped.
Yeah, who's
Okay.
up there?
Let her. Maybe he's like, I don't know. I feel like, okay, my theory
Can't
is
reach
that
that
Molly was a part of Crawford.
More
That's my
Crawford
theory.
rules.
Okay.
How did anybody live like this?
And then
Two
something
merchants
happened,
on the outside.
and that's why she has so much like grudge against them. Right?
Looks like it's the hose for the lift hydraulics.
Oh, that part is quite stressful. Is it? Is this the
The
lift
panel
panel?
that controls the hydraulic lift over there.
Office door?
It's locked. No way.
I was
in.
planning to take a nap, but then I saw Shen streaming and I don't feel sleepy anymore. Oh my god, you got the Shenergy in you! You got the Shenergy in you!
Power.
Oh, no power. I got no power. No power. Okay, I can't go under. Over here. No? Talk to Molly.
Something you need?
Oh god, the Shenergy. Yes, the Shenergy. About that walker.
What was all that about back there?
Good night.
came
Good
at me
night,
up on that
Chewie.
rooftop.
Good
Had to take a bite out
night.
of me, so I
Sleep
took care of business.
well. Oh,
What,
you
you got a
rest
problem with me
well.
killing geeks?
Have a good night. Miss
It just
you.
seemed like you went to town on
Lock your
him a little
doors.
more
Lock
than
your
you needed to.
windows. Lock your closet.
Hey, you never really know when those
I'm
things
gonna
are all the way
lurk.
dead.
Thank you
I
for
was just
coming
making
by
sure.
though. It's
Look,
been a
you wanna get this
while. We
battery
should
or
play
not?
games
Time's wasting.
soon.
What do you
Crawford.
think happened to Crawford?
Don't know, don't care. As far as I'm concerned, these fuckers got what was coming to them.
Not a lot of sympathy for all the people who died here, huh?
I have about as much for
has.
them as
Yeah,
they
he
did for
has.
the sick and the old and anyone else they didn't think was fit to belong in their little paradise. So yeah, fuck them.
Can I borrow your hook?
Think I can borrow that hook thing of yours?
I don't know.
Do you
Hilda
always
and
tell
I
me
have
to
been
lock my
through a
doors
lot
when I say
together.
goodnight?
Hilda.
Yeah, always.
That's what I call her.
Because,
Don't
you know,
judge.
I'm
Please,
gonna
can I borrow Hilda?
lurk. I
I'll
know
take
where you
good care of her.
live.
She won't get a scratch.
I got your promise now. Not a scratch.
So thoughtful, right? So thoughtful. Yeah, that's what I am. A thoughtful person. Yeah. Should I puncture it? Can I prise my hand
I think
first?
I can pry that hose apart with just my hands. Maybe if I had something to cut it with.
Okay. Oh my god, do you stop tickling my feet at night? Low-key stalker. No, I'm just looking out for you. Okay.
Probably not good.
No shit!
God damn. Good night, Chewie. Good night, good
There's the
night.
battery. Finally something goes right.
Take the battery.
Still attached to the terminals.
This?
Still attached Got that one off. It's
Okay.
off. Got it.
Yeah, but we still got a problem here. Put it in here. I'll carry it.
Just stop them. Stop
Okay,
them.
follow me.
No?
Move your ass.
Oh god. This youngest. You think I could climb up there? Wait, is it safe to do that with your bare hands? I think it is if the car isn't on, you know?
It's shut.
Shoot it out.
Okay, shoot it. Oh, help me! I mean, you could throw something at it, you know?
Now we're on the roof.
Do you ever stop complaining? Come on.
See, okay. How am I supposed to get
Come on,
over
what are you,
there?
chicken?
Oh my god.
Jump.
I am chicken. I don't know.
I don't know, man.
Okay, we got the battery.
Come on.
Later. Something I gotta do.
What is that, ginger cola?
Catch you later.
You guys
Wait,
saw
you
the
still
vending
got the
machine? It
battery.
says ginger cola.
Yeah, I think I'll hold on to it. Make sure you don't leave without me. See you back in class.
Molly! God damn it, what the hell is she doing?
What's in here? Logan.
Too bad I don't know the combination to any of these.
Can I open it?
Can't open it without the combination.
Okay. Wait, this is where I went, right? What's over here? This side? I don't think I went over here yet.
You guys need any help?
Thanks. but
Logan
I think
Lee?
We're almost in.
We're taking
Logan.
care of it.
Logan on these. Huh? Talk to Krista. Can I talk to the other guy? Oh, Vernon?
You sure you two don't need any help?
We're taking care of it, Lee. Don't worry.
Okay. If you say so. If you say so. What is that?
Little help here!
Oh! Oh!
Lee, do something!
What do you want me to do?
We got it!
Brace the door with something!
Oh god! What the fuck did I click? Okay. The panic! The panic sinks in! Oh my goodness! Oh god!
Got the fuel!
Let's not start high-fiving
Whoops.
each other just yet. Let's get the hell back to the classroom.
Hook blade,
Who's a hand with these fuel
hood,
cans?
maybe
They
jumps
got
into
this.
haystack. I thought I crashed a little. Miss input. Before when I stream, I use desktop screen instead of game screen.
Yeah, and we made out pretty
So
good
check
too.
and see that I'm alt tabbing. Really? Oh my god.
How you doing
I
with
could
that
never.
door?
I could never.
so good.
I don't know. I'm scared. I feel like if I
Let me
do
give you a
a
hand.
desktop screen share,
Did you get that battery
you,
yet?
you guys are gonna see some
Yeah, Molly
some
is.
things you shouldn't
She'll be
see.
back here soon.
You know. What is it? Okay. Talk to Bree.
Bree?
Hey, Lee. Thanks for all your help back there.
Panicking Skywalker.
No problem. We're all on the same team.
A panicking Skywalker. So you're a cancer
So you're a
survivor.
cancer Like Vernon and the others.
Yeah, I was diagnosed when I was in college. Been getting treatment ever since. Just when I was starting to get better, when I thought there might be some hope, all this happened. Lost my whole family. I'm the only one who survived. Funny how
Is
things
it
work out.
loads? It's not loads. Is I don't know. Is it loads? I don't know. I'm not gonna tell you.
How long have you known Vernon?
Couple years. He ran our support group. He was really great.
Maybe
helping
it
me come
is.
to terms with my disease.
You never know.
But how do you
It's a
come to terms
mystery.
with something like this, with a place like Crawford. I don't know what I or the other survivors would have done without Vernon. He's the one who held us together, kept us alive.
About Crawford.
What do you think about this whole Crawford situation?
I'd rather not talk about it. Too many awful memories. Even being back here gives me a bad feeling.
Even now, with everyone dead?
I got no sympathy for what happened to these people. They weeded out the sick and the old, even children, those least able to defend themselves so that they could save their own skins.
Right?
Whatever happened here, however Crawford fell, I consider it poetic justice.
Damn, girl, that's cold.
It's how I feel. If you'd seen what I seen, you'd feel the same.
Damn.
I'm a little busy here, Lee. Maybe you should go get that battery or help with the medicine.
Help with the medicine. Okay. What if I... Okay, let me talk to Ben again.
What do we still need?
We already got the fuel and the battery. Once
It's
we
just
find some medicine, we'll be good
450
to go.
pics of shirtless Chris.
So where's this battery you found?
Molly.
Shirtless
to do
Chris.
Well, she'd better bring it back here. I don't
Oh
know
my
why you
goodness.
trusted that girl with it. We hardly know her.
She saved your life, didn't she?
Yeah, but what has she done for me lately?
One Whiskers. Oh my god, Whiskers. Clementine.
You okay, Clem?
Yeah.
Whisker.
Where's Molly?
But
She had to
I
go
hardly
running
even know
She'll be
her.
back
I
God,
hope she's
my
okay.
dry
She'll
humor.
be fine. She's pretty tough.
So over news,
Just sit tight.
but so funny every
I need to
time.
go take care of a few things.
All right.
Alright. Let's go see if they want my help again. Speed walking. Speed walking. What is this? Could grab them.
They've already been fired. They're worthless.
Okay.
Shit.
Oh. Where did those zombies
Vernon must
come
be
from?
trapped in there.
I said thank you for the head pass. Thank you. Shin's joke is so overused that I don't get tired of it. It's funny every time, you know? Is that bad? Should I not have done that? Okay.
What the hell happened?
They wandered into the hallway after we got inside. I think they must have heard us rooting around in here. The whole place is infested. They're everywhere.
Calm down. I took care of them. What about the meds? Did we find what we need?
Yeah.
That's some good shooting,
Take a
right?
look.
I'm just that cracked. It's not like I have, you know,
Looks
auto
like they
aim
were
or
keeping
anything,
all
you
the
know?
prescription meds in that safe, locked up tight.
Can we bust it
There's no
open?
way we can bust it open?
Maybe with enough time, but I don't know how much of that we have. Be a hell of a lot quicker if we just knew the 4-digit combination.
Turn off
Well, I doubt they
aimbots.
just wrote it down and left it
Yeah, I
here
don't
for us
have
to
aimbot
find.
on.
We
I'm
should
just
try busting
just
it
that
open.
good, you
We don't
know?
have any
I'm
other
just that
choice.
good. I'm the goat
Okay,
for a
you get
reason, you know?
started. I'll take a look around, see if I can find anything useful.
Ooh, anything useful? Sonogram? A sonogram?
What's this on the floor?
It's a sonogram.
Oh my god, somebody had a baby.
Y'all
Is it
already checked these
Molly's?
drawers?
Yes, Lee. Nothing in there.
Okay, I'm it's probably not Molly's, but like
There's dried blood on the skin out.
oh my god,
Floor.
oh my god, you gave me
Looks like
glasses.
the trail of it from the safe to the can over there.
Let me give you gamer glasses. These are my gamer glasses.
What happened here?
I can see it. I can see everything now. I can see all the bullshit. Wait, there's a camera here too.
No tape inside.
That's suspicious. Huh? That's suspicious. Oh wait, I already opened it.
No tape inside.
Wait, a camera facing right towards the bed with a sonogram on the floor. Huh. Kinda sussy.
That's later.
Kinda sussy, you know?
What is
Kinda
this?
sussy.
A copy machine.
Vision improved by 60%. Intelligence stays the same. I wonder what they did.
Just a bunch of papers.
I wonder
No
what
safe
they did
combination.
too. Probably making babies, you know? By donating eggs and like, you know, runners. Oh, swimmers.
Not working.
Okay, this is the door I came from, right? Like I phone. Medical file?
Looks like some kind of medical file.
Look at the
Phones
phone.
probably haven't worked in months.
The zombie doctor looked like Johnny Sins earlier. The zombie doctor? Wait. There's a zombie doctor?
How's it coming?
I didn't
Slow.
see it.
Too slow.
I
I'm
wanna
worried
see
that by the
Johnny
time we
Sins.
manage to get this thing open, it may be too late.
About
Molly
Molly.
helped me get the battery we needed.
That's great. One down. Where is she?
She took off.
Oh,
kinda
the one that
errand she
Molly.
needed to
Whoa, that's
Took off
right. He
with the
was wearing
battery?
like a what do you call it? A scrub,
Don't worry,
right?
she'll be back.
Wait,
I hope so. That girl doesn't really strike me as
wait.
a team player.
It might be
More the
Molly.
mercenary
It might be
kind.
Molly's. Wait. Am I theory correct? My theory might be correct.
How much
I was
time
just
do you think we
bullshitting.
have,
Wait,
huh?
is it actually correct?
want my medical
Wait.
The sooner we get him some strong antibiotics to start fighting that infection, the better. Let's just leave it at
Wait,
that.
did they make her like abort? Wait, did they make her aborted? Cause they hate kids?
Hey, Doc, I just wanted to thank you for
Nah,
coming with us.
nah. No wonder she's so angry.
Really appreciate it.
Don't mention it. It's times like
Oh.
these we've got to help each other the most, right? And we're no better than those Crawford sons of bitches.
Zombie sins.
I heard that. I'll go see if I can find something that'll help us get that safe open.
Good idea.
Good idea. Okay. So blood on the ground, a sonogram, camcorder, drawers, first aid kit.
Already cleaned out.
Okay. I don't want to use the gun though. I feel like if I keep using the gun, I'm gonna run
Looks
out of
pretty sturdy.
bullets.
Maybe we can force that open.
We might be able to find
You know what
something
I
to pry it
mean?
open. but
I don't
it'll
know. Maybe
take
it's just the Resident Evil gamer in me. You know, I feel like I should have
We have to get
shoot
it open
my
now.
gun because I have limited amounts. You know.
Do you think shooting it open would work?
Only thing that would accomplish is getting us all killed. So, no, I
Okay. No guns. No guns. Okay. What if I leave? Just check everywhere. Okay, look for something to open it. If only Molly was here, I could steal her little thingy. Oh, the axe! Wait, the little hatchet, right? The hatchet on the door?
Sounds like there's a shit ton of walkers out there.
I could take that, right? Wait, but I need to replace it with something then. Bathroom. Bathroom?
Locked. Didn't need to use a bathroom anyway.
Okay. Nothing here. Empty locker.
Nothing in there.
Okay, hold on. Let me look at the door again.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
Sounds like there's a shit ton of hackers out there. Think you better leave it alone.
No, I can't take it. I can't take it. Was someone thought of the same thing? So it's not it. Okay. So thank you for the bit. Thank you for the blame. Wait, the armory? Hold on. Did they open the armory yet? Guys.
How you guys doing with that door?
Slower than I'd like.
Don't worry, we'll get it open. I think.
Okay, you're taking an awfully long time. Something. What's this? Pamphlets? Oh, I saw that already. Okay. Something to open it. Paste, globe, rug. Does a rug work?
Hey,
I'm a little busy here, Lee.
I wonder how these
Maybe you
zombies
should go get
work.
that battery or
They
help with the
see/hear
medicine.
you. They start coming. How long did they stay there? I think they just like wander around, right? Actually, I don't know. Does it look like they're doing something? Right? They look like they're just like touching it. Touching the knob. Kinda sussy. Kinda sussy. Okay, there's a locker here. Was it this locker? Is it over here? There's a locker here that I could like open. But I need a combination.
can't open it without the combination.
Logan. I have to do something, right? For sure. I have to do something about that. Combination. Oh wait, what's this? Water fountain?
Been a long time since I had to use one this small.
Maybe go back to the infirmary? He's cranking it! Crank that soldier boy. Okay, back here. Did you check everything? I believe so. Everything? I looked at that.
Looks like some kind of medical file.
Hallway door.
Nothing in here, I guess.
Nothing in there. Krista? Camcorder?
No tape inside. The way this camera's set up, it looks like it would have had a pretty good view of that keypad. I wonder if it got someone punching it in.
Oh! But there's nothing in there. Huh. I need to find the tape.
Hey, Vernon. I'll go see if I can find something that'll...
My own. Oh god. Pick a medical file. Oh! Wait, why couldn't I open that earlier?
And what's this?
Okay.
I think...
Okay.
First.
Okay, now we put this in here.
Vernon, Krista, come look at this.
This is day 82 since the outbreak. 1547. Dr. Logan in consultation
Who is
with
that?
patient Anna Correa.
Anna Correa.
Why are you recording this?
Regulations. Oberson has ordered me to keep
This is
record of all
kinda
medical
creepy,
examinations
is
and
it?
Consultations. I need you to brace yourself, Anna. The The sonogram confirms that you're pregnant.
Oh god, oh god, oh god.
As you know, the rules
I
are
usually
very
skip
clear.
this part.
Termination is mandatory.
You don't have to tell them. Tell them it was just nausea.
Hey,
You gave
yo.
me something for it and it went away. This is my problem, not yours.
Did you have a Bebo account?
Suppose he
No,
finds out
I
that I can see
did not.
evidence of a pregnancy. I'm sorry, but these are the rules. I'm gonna give you a sedative. It'll make the procedure easier on you.
I don't want the procedure. I want my baby. I can't do this. I can't do this.
Anna, you don't have a choice. Now, if you like, you can take some time with this, but I need you to come back no later than tomorrow, or I'll have no choice but to inform Oberson myself. I'm sorry.
She ran away? I can say that because you have the unsay-so tag.
Damn it, we almost...
Okay, not that old. Yeah, I'm not that old.
Like Mama said, the worst kind.
See,
I'm like in the
maybe
middle of the
there's another
crossfire
tape.
between
gotta keep
old
looking.
and
I think I
still very
recognize
young.
that doctor. He was one of the walkers out in the alley by the auto shop.
Maybe you should search it. See what he's got on him.
Okay, auto shop. Wait, can we still open it? No? Okay, auto shop. To the auto shop we go. God damn. God damn it. God damn it. Damn, the body, the zombie body. I think search him. I didn't knew he was that relevant. Yeah, honestly. God. Okay. Hopefully I don't die. Where is Molly? Oh, I would love it if Molly was here. Oh my god! Oh god. The TV just fell on him. Oh my god, it's Kenny! Welcome in, Kenny. Welcome, welcome. I found a boat for you. Are you happy? Welcome, welcome. How are you? How's the day? Damn, the TV saved the day, right? Okay, where is he? He's crawling here. Search him?
This is definitely the guy.
Putting my hands in his pocket. You know.
This might be just what we need.
I'm good watching the stream on my boat.
Looks like something cool. But Damon said the
Nice,
safe
nice.
combination was only 4
Tickle his
hours.
butt? Tickle? Nah, I'm gonna give it a full grab.
Shit.
Okay, okay, run back. Uh-oh, I hear zombies. Oh, never mind. I think it's that other door. What is wrong with you? What do you mean? What do you mean? I feel like grabbing it
Found
is
another
better
tape.
than just
This
tickling.
one's dated
You know,
October
tickling
10th.
is kind
That's the day after the
of
first
weird.
one we watched.
Nobody tickles the
Put it
butt. You know, might as well just get a, you know, get a full handful. You know.
Have you made a decision?
I thought you said I didn't have a choice.
Well, technically you do. You can terminate the pregnancy.
You just got the Logan
or
puzzle, by the way?
profit. Of course, that would be a death
Did I?
sentence for both
Actually?
you and your unborn child.
Maybe that's
Was it-
best. I
was
stayed
it
up
the
all
thing
last night thinking
written
about this.
on
Why are
the
we even trying to survive? To keep on living, if this is what it takes.
on the
This is
on
what
the
it's turned us into.
on the tape?
I don't make the rules, Anna.
I wasn't paying attention. No.
Please help me.
Okay.
One day,
Yes.
when
Okay.
things are different, you can try again.
Neva, I'm gonna
For
touch the
now,
butt.
today,
I'm
we
gonna
have
touch
to
the
do
butt.
this.
Oh. Oh. No wonder they're all like dead. She killed him, he turns into zombies, and then he started killing everybody else, right?
I think we know what happened to Crawford.
More importantly, we got the combination.
Wait, that means there's a pregnant lady somewhere. What's wrong?
Krista, are you all right? What's wrong?
It's nothing. That was just hard to watch. Don't worry about me. I'm fine.
All right.
Oh my
Let's
god.
get those meds
Okay.
and get the hell out of here.
Have you ever heard of Booty Tickler 69 from Call of Duty? No?
We're in business.
No?
Antibiotics, morphine.
That's quite
as much
a
of this as
name.
we can carry. Okay, I think we're good. This is more than enough for your people and mine.
I'm sure that's
Let's go.
Molly.
You go on ahead.
Ah.
I want to make sure we didn't miss anything. I'll be
Yeah,
right
they
behind you.
both have blonde hair. I think that's Molly too.
Don't take too long.
Like that's why she's so like angry. Okay, what is it? On the tape? Oh wait, I have the paper. Okay. What did it say? 6? 636. To the locker room we go.
Logan. This must have been his locker.
Oh, I did it. I didn't even put the combination in.
A videotape?
Another videotape? Wait. Hold on. Wait. Another videotape? But then how come they don't recognize her? I think because her hair is short. I think. Sussy tape? Is it actually Sussy? And what's the point of changing your name mid-apocalypse? I guess to like a new identity.
Listen, as fun as this was, I have to put a stop to this little arrangement. This is the
Wait, no, that's Molly.
Why?
Oberson had someone down here yesterday taking inventory. He's
Wait, did they do it?
We
He
had a
zipped up his
deal.
pants.
Yes, we had a deal. We don't anymore.
My sister needs this medicine. Without it, she'll die, or she'll start showing symptoms and they'll take her away.
That's
I
a
can't let that happen.
sister.
I'm sorry, Molly. I've done all I can, but I have to look out for myself here.
Yeah, that's the Crawford way, isn't it?
Wait, she slept with him to get medicine for her sister who is pregnant.
Well, shit.
Oh god, that's so effed up. Actually, what? Oh god. What? What the heck? That is insane. Insane. The more we know, the more we know. And the fact that he recorded it?
Jesus
Oh!
Christ.
Oh, what the fuck?
Scared the shit out of me.
What the fuck? What the heck?
Sightseeing.
Take that battery.
She is. Oh
yeah,
my god. She's literally
about that.
Spider-Man.
I'm just kidding.
God. Sweet home Alabama.
Here you go.
Oh my goodness. God.
What's that?
Nothing.
I know you're from Crawford.
Quit with the act, Molly. I know you're from Crawford.
What? Who told you that?
I saw you on a security tape. Why'd you lie to me?
I said there were stories about Crawford. I never said that's how I knew about it. I never lied to you, and even if I did, so what? I don't owe you anything.
You saved my life twice, but you can't tell me the truth?
Are we really gonna do this now?
Yes.
Guess that's up to you.
I used to live here with my sister. She was 14 years old.
She was
When the
14.
dead started walking and Crawford shut itself in, it seemed like a pretty good deal at first. We were safe. We had everything we needed to survive. Then the rules started coming down. No one who couldn't justify their place
Hold on.
in their
Hold on. Who's the father
No
of the
one was
baby?
required
Is it the nurse? The
My
doctor
sister
guy
was
too?
alcoholic, and by Crawford's rules, that made her a liability. I kept it a secret, kept her safe for as long as I could, but in the end, I couldn't protect her. That's when I got out. Crawford, they always talked about how their system worked, how anything was better than becoming one of them, but I saw what they'd already become. I just wish I could have seen it before it was too late, before they came and took my sister away.
His sister might not be the pregnant lady?
This is all I have left of her. I didn't have time to take it before I got out of Crawford.
That's her, right? That's her.
Wanted it, okay?
That's her sister.
It's okay, Molly.
Her hair looks more brown though.
It's pretty.
What the hell?
I think that's our cue.
I think they get rid of people who are sick, including pregnant ones. But then, like, wait, but what happened to her sister though? Cause if the nurse is dead, and the only person who knew about was Molly and her sister, and the doctor,
Whoa,
and the doctor's dead, then
Sorry. I just got spooked by those bells, and then
Where's
I heard
Clementine?
someone coming.
Did you leave Clementine alone?
No, Kenny's with her. We still can't open that armory door. You sent me out to look for something we can use to bust it open.
wait, the axe!
Found this.
Ben? Where did
Oh
you
my
get
God,
that?
Ben! I swear to God, Ben! I swear to God, Ben! It's all your fault! Oh my God, Ben!
Oh
Oh my God, Ben! I swear to God, Ben! It's your fault! Oh my God! Oh my God, Ben! I swear to God! Everything's all his fault! Oh my God, Ben! He's so stupid! Oh my God! He's so... Oh my God! Shoot this fucker! He's crazy!
no! It wasn't me!
Good going, kid. Nice shot.
Thanks.
Holy shit! Clementine, oh my God!
What the fuck is going on?
They're coming.
Oh, shit.
That ought to hold them.
Sure, but now how do we get out?
Through the armory. We could just get this damn door open.
Clementine uses Sheriff one tap. Damn, Clementine is the aim! Holy...
This is my fault. All my fault.
Clem got aim bots.
Talked about this.
No, wait. I want to know what he meant. What do you mean this is all your fault?
Kenny, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, man.
Kid, this ain't the best time.
Ben, shut
Whatever
up.
you did, save it for
Shut up.
later.
Ben, shut the fuck up.
Fuck you, Lee. I can't do this anymore. It's been me all along, putting all of us in danger. Katja and Duck, it was all me. It was all me.
Wait a minute. What are you saying?
It was me who made the deal.
Oh my
with
God,
the
Ben, I
bandits at
swear
the
to God.
motor inn,
You
shipping them
should have
supplies.
listened to
I
me,
thought maybe I could
Ben.
keep them off our backs. When it got discovered, that's when they attacked. And that's when Duck...
Kick his ass later!
I agree with you. You should kick his ass. But now's not the time. Gotta focus on getting out of here.
You little pissant! You're fucking dead! You hear me? Dead! My wife and child! You gotta both fucking kill!
Kenny,
God.
listen to me. You can whip his skinny little ass later. But right now, we gotta go.
Well, that was the only good thing that Ben did
Nice
good.
work, you guys.
Is to get rid of
Not the
Duck.
time, Molly.
If this asshole thinks
Oh my
he's getting
God.
on my boat after what he did, he's out of his motherfucking mind!
We'll sort this
Kenny,
out
we'll sort
later.
this out later. After we get out of here, okay?
Ain't nothing to sort out. I just told you the way it's gonna be. The boat's not big enough for all of us. Somebody's gotta get left behind. Might as well be this piece of shit right here.
Aww.
Well, I vote we leave him.
Don't feel bad for the wife,
Sorry,
yeah.
Ben.
I feel like
know
the
you
wife
knew
was
well,
the
but
biggest
all I wanna
loss
do
of
is
the
get
group.
back to Omid, and
Because
you
she was like the
protect Liz.
doctor, you know?
Wait, don't I
She was
get
a
vote?
doctor. Of course you do.
Of course you do.
Ben's nice. He's my friend. We don't leave friends behind. That's my vote.
On second thought, I think I'm gonna abstain. Lee?
Ben stays
I've
us.
seen enough of Crawford to know that becoming like them is the beginning of the end. I vote Ben stays with us.
What about the rest of us? Don't we get a say?
Oh my God. I shouldn't have laughed at this. But like.
Now can we go?
Damn right. Vernon, come on.
just like shut her down immediately. Don't even let her get to talk at all. She doesn't get a chance to talk. Just cut it off.
So much for the armor.
That's crazy.
What's left of it?
Oh my goodness.
A few rounds. That's it.
God
You
damn.
didn't close that door behind us?
I couldn't. The lock was busted.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Just
Don't
on.
mind
There's
me.
gotta be a way out
I'ma
of here.
just grab my stuff and leave. Excuse me, please. Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Oh, more zombies?
Fuck! It's not gonna hold. Back upstairs.
Okay, free gun, free gun.
Lee, look!
What's that, shotgun? Shotgun? Okay. This is not the time, Ben. Oh. No! My day? What happened? Nothing happened. Rerun it back. What? Wait, was I supposed to move back? Hold on, okay. Okay. I think I'm supposed to move back, right? Because I'm just shooting at them. Okay. 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 Oh, of course. Okay. No! What am I supposed to do? Okay. 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 Bro, stop paying attention. Okay, to be fair, the directions are like on the top and I don't look up there. Okay. Yeah, nobody's helping me. Okay. Hit him! No! No! The hatchet would have been so useful.
It's all right, Clem. I'm fine.
This kind of happens in
Any
real
way
life.
outta here?
I played something called Humans
leads
vs
to the
Zombies
loop.
before with
We
Nerf
might be
guns.
able to find a way down.
You
Ooh,
didn't come into town from the railroad.
this
did
is Sparta kick.
you? Never mind.
That
I
sounds
can
fun,
see the
though.
sewer where we came in from here. I think we can do this.
Well, what are we
When
waiting
you're watching
for?
the rear and
Go!
everyone else watches the front, people tend to forget about you. Yeah. Maybe, you know, you're just not as important.
Come on, let's go.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Holy crap! No, Ben! No, Ben!
Hold on, Ben. I've got you. Ben, climb up. Come on, you can do
You
it.
better not give up. You better not give up.
You have to go now.
You better not give up, you loser. I vouch for you. Oh my god.
Clem and the others out of here.
I vouch for you. You better survive, you little a-hole. No, I'm not killing this kid. I literally vouch for you.
We both know.
No. No.
Let me go.
No. Pull him up. Literally, kid. Oh my god. Also, thank you for the raid, Havoc. Thank you. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, JJ. How was your stream, Havoc? How was it? What did you play? Writing on balls. Is that your raid message?
Krista? Everything okay?
Oh, me!
Wait, is Omi dead? Oh. Come, Star, stay
Clem,
back.
stay back. Don't get any closer.
I never should have left you.
Oh my god.
I'm so sorry.
Krista, get away from him.
Oh wait, he's still alive.
Hey. Back already?
Wait, nobody checked for
Got
pulse?
your medicine.
Good.
God damn.
Feel like I could use some.
He was never gonna make it. Only Shaggy can save him now.
You okay, kid?
This guy, yeah, this
You look
guy.
worse than I do.
What's fun? Started Atomic Heart.
We
I
almost
think I
didn't
got
make it
a
out
thing
of there
for
because of this
fridges now.
asshole.
Hey,
Should've
hey,
left it
yo,
behind when
hey,
we
yo.
had the
Guys, what the hell
Sounds
happened?
fun. Sounds fun.
Let someone else take it.
That's great.
work to do.
I mean, you know, I guess you could say
with a
fridges
little
are
luck, you should start
they're
feeling
kind of
better
they're kind of
pretty soon.
cool.
I'll stay here for
Get
a few
it?
more hours to check on him. Let me know if you need anything.
Did you push him? Yeah, I pushed him.
Thank you so much.
I did push
Maybe
them.
now's a good time for you and me to have a little talk in private.
Oh, in private. Okay. Sorry about Bree.
About what happened to Bree.
Please, save your sympathy for someone.
Sounds like what should we do? I mean, he wasn't gonna jump, okay? You know, I'm trying to save lives here.
You don't strike me as someone.
So
who
true,
has a
Shay.
lot
Too
of
bad they give you
consideration.
the code show too.
Look at what you did to get me to come.
Good one, JJ. Good one.
Wound up costing Bree her life.
Now just hold on a damn minute. Listen.
No, you listen. You got some good people here, and they look to you as their leader. Well, I'm here to tell you the kind of.
I am not the leader. I've never wanted to be the leader.
You're kidding yourself if you think putting them all on a boat is going to solve anything. Now, you may not care about all of those people, but I know you care about that little girl, which is why I'm going to make you an offer.
What kind of an offer?
Okay.
I'll
Thanks for
take
the
her off your
hydrate.
hands. Take her back with me to my people.
Uh,
They're well supplied.
No.
and a
Nah,
lot of
I'm
us
not giving you my
kids
daughter.
alone. And now Crawford's fallen, we got nothing left to fear from them. She'll be safe with us. Safer than she will be if she stays with you. I promise you. That's what you want for her, isn't it? Be safe?
I'm gonna pretend you didn't say any of this and give you a chance to walk away, which you ought to do right now.
I'm not
I know
giving
you
you
think you're doing what's best for her.
Clementine.
And if you were her real father, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
But she's not the leader.
No.
Then who's leading this
You're
group?
just another
I
one of
think.
their lives.
I don't know. I want to believe Kenny is the
Girls in my
leader.
care. We've been through more together than you can imagine. Anyone who tries to get between me and her, anyone, is gonna wind up dead. You hear me?
Take your hands off me.
Oof. Oof. Game made me suffer though. I was doing so good. They kept dying to balls. Damn. I think. So many balls. Have you tried gobbling them? Are you gonna finish this today? I'm hoping so.
Hey,
My goal is to finish at least like the last
Yeah,
2 chapters.
I'm about to head out.
So 4 and 5.
I just wanted to say thanks for everything.
Goblin these.
It's been
these-
fun.
You should come with us.
talking about? Kenny's working on the boat right now. Thought you were coming with us. God knows you earned it.
Yeah, I've been thinking it over. It's not for me. Sounds like it'd be pretty crowded, and I never did like the water.
Sure about this?
I'm sure. I've always done better on my own anyhow. Listen, I'm not much for goodbyes. Tell the others for me?
No.
Sure. You take care
I
of
want her to
yourself,
be
huh?
part of my group though. I feel like she's probably the most useful.
And you be sure to take care of that little girl. You know she thinks the world of you.
Good luck.
Ain't nothing to do with luck.
Okay. I agree, right?
Hey, sweet pea.
Kenny's working on the boat.
Molly would be a good... Yeah,
What are
right?
we going to do?
She would have been like
After
such
he
a good
fixes
role
it?
model for
Where
Clementine.
will we go?
I don't know.
We'll figure it out. We always do. Clem, honey, what's wrong?
Is Ben going to be okay? He doesn't seem the same since he got back.
He feels guilty.
Ben's a good kid. I think he's just feeling guilty about some of the decisions he's made. He's gotten the
I'm
feeling
still
that he's a
annoyed
burden
by
on
that
Oh,
older guy.
Before we leave tomorrow, will we have time to look for my parents?
Oh my goodness. There
I'd
may
like
not
to,
be
Clem,
too long.
but I don't think we'll have time. We really
Gotta
shouldn't
be
stay
honest.
here any longer. It's not safe.
Oh, no! No, don't cry! Don't cry! Don't cry. Reach out. Oh no! Clementine! No, 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 no! Don't cry! Don't cry! Don't cry! Lee surrounded by suicidal, stupid people? I don't see why that means. Yeah! Exactly. Baby girl crying. No, at least I'm being honest, you know, right? How fucking dare you? You want me to lie to her? Make that sweet child cry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, did she run away? Damn, all I do is make people cry. God. No. Clementine. Lying to a little girl after someone accuses you of being a liar is wild. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Wait, did she run away with that creepy man? Cause we still haven't figured out who the heck that guy was. Right? That random man? Oh god. Oh god. She did. Oh my god. She got kidnapped. She got Clementine napped. Oh my god. Maybe he kidnapped her for her own good? Wait! Did it? I'm already crying? Why are you crying?
No.
I got bitten.
No. No. No.
Wait,
Lee?
does this mean I'm gonna
Lee?
die?
You out here? Lee!
Wait, does this mean I'm gonna die? Am I gonna die? No! Am I gonna die?
What are you
Guys!
doing out here? It ain't safe.
Hide bite, hide bite.
Where's Clementine? She's not in her room.
Vernon ain't in the house either. What the hell is going on?
Is Joe over?
Whose blood is that?
It's a Walker's. Fucker jumped me from behind.
So where's Clementine?
Clementine's gone. I found her hat and her radio on the ground out here. That's all I found.
There's no chance she just wandered off on her own?
No way.
Then who the
Damn,
hell
you hit it? Yeah, I hit it! I
Last
hit
night,
it.
Vernon came to me and offered to take her with him.
Wait, should I have shown
Said
it?
she'd be better off.
Son of a bitch. I knew we couldn't trust that fucker.
Wherever she is.
No!
I have to find her.
no!
I feel like I did. Okay.
No!
Like you should not
Something
bitten.
you should all know. I'm bitten. Walker jumped me while I was out here looking for her.
Oh my god.
No way. No. No fucking way.
I told the truth. I told the truth.
I'm gonna need your help to find her.
Oh god.
Who's with me?
We're always
You call me shit, I showed it, otherwise how can you... I showed it! Honesty is key, right?
Damn right. We can't let you do this alone.
So that's settled then. We'll look for Clementine together.
Thanks,
Thank you.
guys. I appreciate it. Really.
Hiding a zombie bite is the #1 a-hole behavior in a zombie apocalypse. Is it actually?
I don't know why you're looking over here, Lee. Hell.
But what
I
if you
can't
have a good
remember the
reason
last
to,
time
you know?
went out on a limb for me, if ever. And I've got a boat to prep.
Kenny, I need you.
Man, I'm begging you here. I can't do this alone. I need your help, please.
You might not have been keeping score, Lee, but I have. And you've always looked out for yourself more often than your friends. Well, now
Wow! Wow! Okay, Kenny, I thought we were
I'm gonna
bros.
look out for myself and get that boat ready to sail.
I thought we were bros. I killed your wife and your child, and that supposedly look-alike child in the attic for you.
Clementine's one of the few good things left.
Oh my goodness!
Stood up for you and Crawford
Wow!
when Kenny
Everybody's
was
showing
gone.
their true colors. This is insane.
You owe it to her to stand up for her now.
See, I should have hit it.
I owe
No way.
I swear, before this is all over, I'm gonna show you I can do something right. I'll prove it to you. You'll see.
Okay, guys, we should go
Oh my
find
goodness.
Vernon, see if he took her. Let's head out.
You made
get
his
the
wife
boat
kill
out onto the
herself
river.
and then made
Here I
him
can
kill
wait
his
there
own
until you
child.
get
Okay,
At least until
okay.
nightfall.
You're still gonna take it. Even bit.
That's in the past. Come on. That's in the past. We can move past it, you know? It's
Come on, guys, let's go.
Oh my goodness. They have zero hesitation. Zombie right, bullet to the brain. Okay. What if they're not there? I fucking knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
Where the hell are they?
Looks like they got out of here in a hurry.
No.
Vernon, get out here! There doesn't have to be any trouble here. All I want is the girl. Give her back and nobody needs to get hurt.
No, Lee. Uh-oh. This is so saddening. It's so sad. Very sad. Okay, JJ. Okay, JJ. Apparently, we missed them. Okay.
Are you all right? Where are you?
Oh, getting sort of faster. I'm so faster than Chris. Mia, my wife. Who's this?
Who is this?
It's not Vernon, if that's what you're thinking. And you should really watch your tone.
Okay, my theory. That's the guy who ran at the Crawford.
Very carefully.
He sounds so sinister and like cunning. Don't hurt her. I think that's him. That has to be him, right? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Only 25% people killed the boy in the attic? Who came with you? That's what he said. I guess we won't know what he said. My goodness. 14%. Okay. One more episode. Yes, we're gonna play one more episode. Last episode? Season 1? Can I skip this? Holy, okay. Wait, that do like look at all of this? Can I move on? Did I just go main menu? Resume game? I'm scared. Let's do all the episodes. Okay, main menu. Wait, I'm scared. Do I just leave? It won't let me skip. I guess I just like sit through this. Thank you for the head pass. Thank you. There's only like I think 2 more episodes. Or 1 more official episode and then an extra episode. Yeah. So thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. You going to keep going, Shin? Yes, I will. Yes, sir. Okay. Also, good idea, Itoshi. I will take a bathroom break. I will be right back. BRB, guys. I'm gonna go water the can. I'm gonna go drain the dragon. Okay. I'm gonna go tilt the teapot. I don't know. Is that how it works? Okay, I am back. What? What are you guys talking about? legally speaking, you have to watch the credits. What? Lol? That fart? What fart? Empty the water balloon? I'm gonna go burst the bubble. Is that? Also, welcome in, Riz. Welcome. I am back. I went to go water the can. I'm here now. She's busy devouring the souls of her latest victim. I guess you could call me a bad goat. Who is Jane? And why is she a dragon? Oh, Jane. Dragon? Alright. I am here. Also, how are you, Riz? It's been a while. How have you been? I've been drowning these 6 packs of... Really? Oh my god. How are you doing, Shen? I'm doing good. Doing good. We're playing some Walking Dead right now. I'm also like very like full of energy. Full of synergy. Yes, sir. I mean, technically my day just kind of started.
Previously on The Walking Dead.
I woke up and I just started
and I'm
stream.
not there. I've got my walkie-talkie in case
Been good. It's been good.
Hey, there were some batteries in one of those boxes. Here, you can have some too.
I'm here to have PTSD and kick ass, and I'm all about getting
Savannah, and my parents were in Savannah. We always stay in the same
Wow,
place
wow.
when we go there.
The Martians.
You watched The Walking Dead? Yeah, I have watched The Walking
You
Dead.
didn't come into town from the railroad, did you?
Can't wait to see you play the sequel, The Running Living.
Yeah. Why?
The Running Living. Isn't that
Clementine?
just the Olympics?
Clementine!
Oof.
Oh. Clementine's gone. Wherever she is, I have to find her. I don't know how much time I've got. I'm gonna need your help to find her.
Gonna drink some
Look
like
for Clementine
sparkling
together.
orange juice.
Hell yeah.
I don't know why you're looking over here, Lee.
I swear, before
This is not good. I don't know why I keep
show
drinking
you I
it.
can do something right.
I don't even like it, but it would be a waste if I don't drink it, you know? Okay, since Lee is bitten, does that mean
Vernon,
I'm
get out
gonna
here!
die?
There doesn't have to be any trouble here. All I want is the girl. Give her back and nobody needs to get hurt. Clementine, are you all right? Where are you? Vernon, you son of a bitch.
Hello, Lee.
Who is this?
It's not Vernon if that's what you're thinking. And you should really watch your tone. Clementine's fine. But if I were you, I'd choose my next words very carefully.
Please, don't hurt her.
Lee, should I bit the zombie instead? Then he wouldn't be infected?
I'm not the one who hurt
Oh my god. You're the MC, there's no way you'll die, right?
me and her, and if I can
Right?
thank God for anything
I
anymore,
don't think so. Okay, to be fair, I don't think I've seen Lee in like the other seasons. And clips I've seen in other seasons, I don't think I've ever seen Lee. Oh. Fuck.
This is bad,
Exactly,
but we
so
can
many
deal
lives
with
could
it
have been
together.
saved.
We're going to need to
I
hurry.
wonder why, Shen. Does that mean I'm dead? Do I die here? I have to die. There's no way I'm like immune, right? This isn't like The Last of Us. This
How's
is
that
not
feeling?
The Last of Us. This is The Walking Dead. Doesn't matter.
It is what it is.
I wonder why this
We don't
game made
have a
me
lot of
cry so
time.
much. Oh god. Hitoshi, oh my god.
We're about to have a lot less.
We three will stop them getting in. Lee, find a way out of here.
Find a way out? Okay, find a way out. Coolers?
Nothing through here.
How did they get out? No way they got out through the sewers, right? Oh wait. Surgical supplies?
Just some surgical supplies.
Okay.
Hey, I think I found a way out.
Door? The Walking Dead is basically just 28 days later. I don't know what 28 days later is. Can I open it? There's a zombie behind this. Huh.
I can't get my hands in between the doors.
Uh.
I'm not gonna shoot my way through.
Okay. I can't go there. Elevator. Elevator. What's this? Scale?
I don't think I can pry open the doors with this.
Windows? Windows? Windows. Operating table.
Mr. Vernon and his people cleared their shit out of here in a hurry.
Okay.
Where the hell did they go?
Oh my god. A zombie movie set in London starring Cillian Murphy? Do you know 29 days later? No, I don't. The Walking Dead opening is literally just like 28 days later? Is it? I mean, I've never seen 28 days later, so is it Cillian? Cillian Murphy? Cillian Murphy?
Any trouble?
Cillian! Wait, am I saying it right? Cillian?
Up top, so, you know.
Killian? Wait, it's a K? Oh, it's a K?
I'll get us out of here.
Good.
Silicone Murphy.
Hustle.
Oh god. I don't know actors.
Can't those things let up for a fucking minute?
Okay.
That'd be too easy, huh?
Hold on. Spell C, pronounce K. That's so weird. Killian. Okay, coolers. There has to be a way. Oh, rib spreader.
Looks like a car jack. I don't want to imagine this being used on a body.
Knock, 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 knock. FBI, open up. Okay. What is this here? He was fucking Oppenheimer. Okay, to be fair, I have never even seen Oppenheimer.
I'll have these doors open in 2 seconds.
I have never seen Oppenheimer. Never, never. He is dead, the destroyer of worlds. But you know, is this right? Yeah, I do. Yeah. Am I turning? Oh god. Have you seen Closeheimer? Oh my goodness. No! Get up, Lee. Stand up right now. Stand up right now.
Christ, what the hell happened? It's the bite. Well, what can we do? I don't know. Help me move him.
Jesus. You sure this will help?
FBI, open up!
Now or never.
I'm awake, I'm awake!
I'm awake!
Stop! He's awake! He's awake! He's bitten. We've still got to do something. Do we have to cut it off, though?
We're trying to save him. At the very least, buy him some time.
But this way? Do we know it works?
Of course not.
Is there gonna be a lot of blood?
There's gonna be a shitload of blood.
What if he dies?
Then the rest of us go after Clementine and get the hell out of Savannah.
If there's any chance this saves his life, we have to take it.
Jesus. What are you guys talking about?
We thought maybe with your bite. If we removed it, you might live.
I know it's drastic.
You think?
But what if it works? It might be the only way. What do you think?
Oh, fuck it, cut it off. No, we leave it. We leave it.
We leave it.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I feel like I got time. Just keep an eye on me. I get my hands on the bastard who's got Clem. I'm gonna be happy to have them both.
But you're gonna die.
Yeah, but not in here. You guys keep an eye on that door. I'll work on getting us out of here.
Lee?
No, This is what we're doing, and I don't want to hear anything else, okay?
Oh my god. So thank you for the hair pass. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for redeeming Demon Shinobi. I am now a very bad goat. It's way too late. Something happens. Oh, if it's something bloodborne? Oh no. If it's not, that's a grievous injury. Oof. Very. Can I go? Crank it? There we go, we can leave. Same thing, what happened in episode 1? Lol. There would be a very shitload of blood. I've never seen a guy in The Walking Dead with his own blood all over his body.
Up we go.
Glenn, if he cut his hand, then he would have Anakin.
Sounds good.
Oh my god. No kidding, being in the elevator always scares me. Like, imagine getting stuck in the elevator.
Nice and quiet,
like, there's like no lights. And like,
there's some light up there.
Good. Gotta get my
you
ass
know,
up this ladder.
if it falls, it's like instant death. You know? Either instant death or instant, like, you're gonna be paralyzed for the rest of your life. Watch out, watch out!
Watch out!
Oh jeez.
Everything okay up there?
I think I just peed myself.
So yes then.
Ew, I'm on the bottom? Don't pee on me, it's gonna drip down to me. Holy crap. Damn, my apartment has an elevator and you're saying that? Yeah, you don't think about it? I always think about it. Like, whenever I go inside the elevator, I think of like scenarios of like, oh my god, Lee.
Lee! Oh god. Are
Holy
you
shit.
alive? Get up!
Yeah, I think of like scenarios of like what I would do if something happened. Like if the elevator was like closed halfway, or like it was like stuck halfway on the door, and I had to like crawl out. Oh my god. Like, what if I crawl out and it like it crushes me in half?
Get up.
No! Am I dead? I grabbed it though. Didn't I? Why did he grab it? I clicked.
Lee! Oh god. Are you alive? Get up!
Oh my god. Okay. That's really good for yapping too much. I clicked though! I clicked! Did I not click fast enough?
Pull yourself up.
I had to pull? God. He's just hanging there. The first thing I do when walking into the elevator, you see how bouncy it is? Havoc, that is terrible! That's terrible! Isn't that gonna break it? Because everything is being held by like strings, right? Or springs? Springs, ropes? That's oh my god. You're the reason why the elevator don't work. No help? Hospital? It's hospital.
Wasn't this city empty not too long ago?
Those Crawford bastards did one thing right, I guess.
There's thousands.
If
Did
it will
they
break
follow us
from
here?
you from bouncing it, heck,
Seems like it, but
if
that
it will
can't
bounce
be,
with you
can
in
it?
it, you
That's
probably
crazy.
shouldn't lose it.
They keep
Oh my
track.
goodness.
They just roam.
What about the train?
Clementine's not
out
there.
there somewhere.
Me playing Russian roulette to see if I got wrong.
We'll get to her, Lee. We'll do whatever we have to. Look, let's get our
It's
bearings and see if
terrible.
we can figure out a way to
Actually,
make
it's
it
so
across
scary
town.
though.
Good? Good.
5 out of 6 scientists found
Don't
Russian
think we
roulette
can
to
do
be
what just
completely
happened to
safe. Of course, because one of them is dead. I'm not gonna
Just
say
let
anything.
us know if you start feeling funny. Like, if things are happening.
I know. It's
Okay.
just dizziness, that's all. I'm all good.
As good as you can be.
Yeah. Good as I can be.
Now what?
We need to get down there and find a scared little girl. Let's try to get our bearings.
Okay. The door? The bell. This is the bell, right?
What's up over here?
Ladders gives
Bell
me
tower.
a specific
That's what's
memory. Snake eater? What kind of specific memory? Funny thing is, the only Russian revolver I know
It's a bell tower.
of is a 7-shot.
Draw the walkers around the city.
Really? I mean, lucky number 7. You know? Should I jump? Before I... Let me look around first before I do that. Can't go here. I want to talk to Krista. Talk to Krista? Krista? Oh, wait, ladder? Oh, okay. Hold on, let me put this back. I'm gonna talk to Krista first. Oh, wait, let me talk to Ben.
See anything?
There's a fire escape here.
Jump off.
And that's about it.
And end it all. You're already a bit in a way. You're right, you're not wrong. You came with me.
You came with me.
You didn't think I would?
I could make my high
It's
school
like you
elevator
said,
swing and
Clementine's
bang
been my
against
biggest-
sidewalls.
Well, only
That
real
is
fan.
terrible.
I'd be a big piece of crap if I didn't.
That's terrible. Oh my god. That's scary.
You still want to die?
Also, your high school had an
More
elevator
afraid
swing?
of getting someone else killed.
Oh, I mean, your high school has an elevator? Oh my god.
When it all comes down to it. If it's just you and Clementine for
Every
some
single
reason,
school I went to never had an
I think you'll
elevator.
have plenty reason to want
Wait, no, I
Don't talk like
did.
that.
I have an
The
elevator?
way things have been going,
I think I
choice
did have an elevator, just that nobody used it ever
If we
before.
get over to that bell
Unless
tower,
you were like
we might have some impact on all
You
those
know,
walkers out there.
handicapped.
But then we just run through the streets? I don't know.
Any
What do you
thoughts?
think?
I think I'm staring down at my
Back away,
worst
I had a
nightmare.
forklift.
Just a dusty haze.
Lift a box and
Try to keep
I'm
your
on
shit
it because
together.
my client's
need to
network
get off
equipment
this
is on the top of the warehouse. It was so scary. Oh my god. The understandable. Wait, footprints?
He or she walked away from whatever accident happened. Well, that doesn't really mean much.
Okay. Paint. If I was ever in a zombie apocalypse, I would just end it. It just seems so exhausting. You know, that's why I say too. I think I would like see how long I could survive just for fun, you know? Just for the fun of it. And like, you know, if I can't handle it anymore, I'm probably just gonna off myself. You know, if I get bored, you know, that's it.
The bell.
Yeah. Could buy us some
Aim
time.
for the bushes.
Throw as many as we can this way. Get down
We had
off
an
the
elevator
roof on the
before, but it's
opposite
always
side
out
and
of
bust our
service.
asses
Oh
getting
my
back to the
god.
mansion.
You shouldn't be the one to go.
My leg's feeling better. Let me do it.
I'll do it.
If we have to decide who takes a risk like this, it should be the guy who's got the least to lose. What's
Why
the
don't I
worst that
do
could
it?
happen? I get bitten again? So we're agreed then.
Exactly, let me do it. Oh, can somebody hold the ladder, please? Just one? I had to get a doctor note to get past. Ah. that.
Holy shit, man.
Nobody held it. That's why it fell.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Try to find another way out of there?
Okay, another way. Another way. Pull the rope. Open hatch.
It's locked. Shit. The exit in here's locked.
I could jump back, right? It's higher platform than this part. So it should be easier to jump over at a distance than the other way around, right? Isn't that right?
A few solid rings of this and there'll be thousands down below.
Okay. Was I supposed to do that? I haven't found an exit yet.
They're coming this way.
Tons of them. Jesus.
Now get back here.
Yeah, just jump over. I can make it. What's gonna happen? Me die? I'm already dying. Just jump, Lee. You can totally make it.
I think I have to jump. There's no way back.
Fuck, be careful.
You got this. You got this, motherfucker.
If I die here, I'm gonna quit this game. No way he doesn't make it. God, I got him.
Nice. Now let's get the hell out of here.
Okay. Easy. Where is Kenny?
You motherfuckers!
They fucked us.
What? Who?
Vernon. He didn't have Clem. So where the fuck is she?
With someone else. We're going after her.
What the hell?
Jesus.
Wait,
No way,
the cancer
Kenny!
patients did this?
Yeah, they were waiting. Tired of living underground, I guess. They kicked the shit out of me and tossed me in here. How you
Oh
doing
my god, I
with,
stole a boat!
everything happening there?
He lost to a bunch of old people?
Going to cut it off.
Oh my god. Lost to a bunch of old recovery cancer patients.
That's great that you can be tough about it, but how do you feel?
It come in
It
waves.
comes in waves. I took a couple spills getting back.
Skill shoot?
Keep an eye on it.
Hello, Kevin. Welcome. How are you? Good morning. How was your day?
Omid, can you go over the fence and let us into the backyard? We shouldn't be out in the open.
Yeah.
God damn.
This is not happening. Everything is so fucked.
Clementine is still out there.
So we get
Okay, just
Clementine
woke up.
and then
How are
what?
you? I'm
We get
doing
the fuck out of
great.
cities.
I'm doing
I'm
great.
done with cities.
Just playing
We
some.
go into the countryside
Well,
and
my
make
day
a go
kind of
of
just
it.
started.
Yeah, that seems like a good
before
idea to me.
stream.
Nobody asked you.
I've just
You
been playing
did.
video games.
Don't get
kind of.
fucking smart with
Yep.
me.
Didn't really do much.
Chill.
Do you remember we had a boat? A boat!
Everyone,
Get
keep it
over
together.
it.
Everyone keep it together. Nothing has changed, has it?
Nothing has changed?
I mean, immediately. We stay the course. Don't turn on each other.
Yeah, chill out, Kenny.
Yeah, chill out, Kenny.
We can do this in the yard.
Ben, I swear to God.
What do we do without a boat?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I know you're probably preoccupied, but don't stop thinking.
Well, the weekend is just for playing games? Exactly, right? Or at least that's what I'm telling myself.
I'm just saying, we should all chill. Not just you.
Every day's
Chill.
the weekend for me.
Lee's bitten and God knows how long he has left. Clementine is who the fuck knows, and we're robbed of the only hope we've had.
So?
So Lee should have left your ass in Crawford. We got enough problems.
Fuck you, Kenny!
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Careful, guys.
No, let him.
Oh!
So
Ben, get his
sorry
ass! Ben!
about Katjaa
Get his
and
ass!
Duck. I am! And I know I fucked up. But stop pushing me around and stop wishing I was dead! No! You know how they die. You've said goodbye. I never got to see my family, my parents, my
Oh,
little
you
sister.
tell him! Ben, you tell him!
You get that? Your family is gone, but at least you had them to lose. I never made it home.
Oh my god.
They could
After
be
3 days, I finally
alive or
downloaded Mass
dead
Effect
or
with my...
robbers or worse, and I don't know.
This.
So give me
Can
a
I just stop
fucking
probably gonna
break.
play a lot today too? Oh, nice, nice.
Oh, Ben.
Mass Effect, fun.
Oh shit! Here they come!
In the house! They shouldn't be able to get into the
But it
backyard,
took you
right?
3 nights to download Mass Effect?
Maybe not.
We can secure this place.
Krista,
Upstairs!
get upstairs. Make sure nobody's here.
On it.
Okay.
Kenny,
Kenny. Help! Weapons!
move anything you can
No,
up
no,
against
wrong
the
one!
doors
I
and
clicked on
windows.
the wrong one!
That's what I was thinking.
Okay, whatever,
Ben.
okay. Ben, weapon.
Kill anything that gets in.
You know you're talking to me, right?
Ben, just do it. Omid. What is it?
What is he doing? Front doors!
Front doors!
Oh my god, okay, wait, oh god, kick him!
Lee, help!
Cut their fucking arms off!
There's gotta be a knife or something in there.
Knife.
Hurry!
We're gonna do some stabby, some slicing. Down here? A butcher knife?
Take their goddamn arms off!
Now what?
Get ready to fight.
This place seems sturdy to me. I think we're fine.
Are you sure about that? Hold on. Oh god.
Sturdy my ass! Get upstairs!
Go!
The weekend's also for stressing all about where you things you should have done, but you didn't. True. Like being a better streamer, working on homework. Being a better person. Oh.
Guys, help me with this!
Cute. Shit is green? Wait, is it actually green? I wasn't even looking.
Everyone get to the end of the hallway.
What do we do now?
This'll slow them down. Get to the end of the hallway and take a fucking stand.
God, everybody has a gun now.
Let's get as many as we can. And when we see an opening, we go for it.
Being a better person is overrated.
3, 5,
Welcome in, Nico. Welcome. How are you? How was your day? Are they gonna come up? What if I just shoot her? Like, their head is literally right in front of me. What if I just pull the trigger? You know, right here. Am I out of bullets?
I'm out!
Me too.
Fuck! Where do we go?
There's no goddamn opening.
Up! To the attic? Ooh.
Go!
Okay. No, drop the gun. Oh my god.
Here, I'm not good with these. You dropped it down there.
Jesus Christ. Even you don't care about morals, there's always some lovely up to do. Zombies on the screen.
Okay, let's get out of here and
What
keep
the heck is
moving.
that noise?
Kid's right. We gotta keep moving. Think there's any
the
chance we get Clem and
whippering!
catch
The
up to those
whippering,
goddamn
what's
thieves?
it? The whippering lady?
Maybe.
Where we're not going out through this window. No latches, no roof access, and 30
What's
feet
that red
straight
mist?
down.
I think, okay,
have
I
any
assume it was
ideas?
like the, you know
I bet
how
this guy would.
how houses are built,
He's
they
got
have
a
like that pink
resourceful air
fiber.
about him.
Knock it off.
I thought it was that,
Dixon Kent III.
but I don't know what the red mist was.
Industrial need? Krista. Just trying to lighten the fucking tone.
We need solutions, not stupid jokes. I'm sorry.
There's gotta be another way.
Check the floor for any other access. A vent. Anything.
Now they have lung
While
cancer.
we wait for the house to
I
clear
mean,
out,
is
stick
that
to
the
high
least
ground.
of that's the least of the problem?
Lee, you okay?
I'm gonna have to just...
Oh God, Lee, no. Clemmy.
I'm okay. I'm where my parents. No.
Lee, get up!
Did you hear that?
Aww.
I did.
What did that mean?
She's
Thanks
at
for
the
the
hotel.
hydrate. Thanks for the hip pass.
Parents were staying. He hasn't moved her.
Yet.
Yeah. Yet.
We need to start thinking about more than just Clementine when it comes to our urgency.
What do you mean?
How do we get out of here?
That's the whole point. We don't know.
Okay, now your life depends on it. How do you get out of here?
I don't know. I don't get it.
I do.
Stop. We can't panic.
Stop it. We can't panic.
How long you think we have?
What? I don't know.
We should have made you take it off.
Well, you didn't. And it's too late now.
I think we need to have
Okay.
an adult conversation about what happens if Lee takes another spill.
Hey, look.
We could be looking at a Larry situation here.
Who's Larry?
It don't matter.
Oh, Larry. Let's worry about Clem.
I think it'd be best if we just worried about getting to Clem right now.
We're not gonna do her any good if you've attacked us.
That isn't gonna happen.
How do you know that?
Guys, I don't know what happened before Omid and I showed up.
Okay,
We can
if I
cross this bridge when we
die,
get
I want Kenny
Lee,
to be the
I'm
one
not
who kills me.
advocating anything here, but how is this not a thing?
Kenny or
We're
Ben?
all so worked up about Clementine that we're forgetting what the fuck happened to you.
What if it was you, and it was Duck out there?
Whoa there, friend.
I bet you'd rather stay focused on the problem, not have people turn on you.
This is getting out of hand.
You're gonna listen
Fight,
to me.
fight,
We will get
fight.
Clementine back, with or without you, because I haven't given up everything to die because we were stupid.
Okay. Okay.
You ruined that dude's face.
Shut up, sweetie. Look.
It's corroded to hell.
What's on the other side of this wall? A 30-foot drop?
No, this mansion butts up against the one next door.
I'll be damned.
We're not...
What if I just grabbed that and smacked him, is it?
This wall ain't shit.
I lost so much value? Where's Repo Player? Damn, that's like negative 400 right there.
Yeah,
Oh my
we
goodness.
can do this.
Okay.
That's funny.
We'll work in shifts. Omid, Krista, and I. Lee, you rest. We have to work fast.
Work fast. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Me too. I get her. Go sit down.
Bromance. Its value is 0.01. Thank you for the head pass. Thank you.
I'm glad you told us when you got bitten. It would have been easy not to.
Yeah. Well.
Speaking of
probably would've
Repo,
let you
Shan,
go
I put
alone
together
if you
a
hadn't
mod
told
list and we should
Which would have been
set
a
up a
mistake.
day again.
If
Yeah,
I
for
were you, I
sure.
would've
Of
considered
course. Would love to play Repo again. I was.
The fucking thing, it happened so fast. You ever almost hit someone in a crosswalk?
Almost? His license was suspended. Twice.
Just wham! Thing was on me. Never saw it. Like someone in your blind spot.
Wish you would have taken it off.
Don't think it matters much now. I'm losing a lot of feeling in it.
Really?
Yeah, it's hot, like when you break a bone. Tingly, like it's a sleep.
So when we get this guy, what do you think?
We just get Clementine, nothing else?
We just get Clementine, that's the focus. Despite how I feel, I can't let
What do you guys do for managing repo mods?
Sure.
I actually don't know. I think
we'll do whatever it takes.
Thunderstorm?
And, you know,
I'm
happens to you,
assuming.
Seriously,
or
can you not talk like
R2?
that?
Thunderstorm, yeah.
The entire time we were at
Thunderstorm.
the hospital, I could sense you think you're as good as dead.
I'm bitten, Krista. We all know that's a wrap.
There's gotta be something.
It's a wrap. Repo isn't on R2? Really? What? They're basically the same thing.
I want you guys to take it.
Stop it.
Yeah, take Clementine.
I'm serious. She'd be safe and relatively happy with you two.
We're not doing this right now.
Honestly, Clementine is better off with Krista
It's
than
what I want, okay?
than Kenny.
What about him?
We gotta support him. He's only a kid still. It's easy to forget that.
He loses shit like that often?
Nah, that was a first.
It's good that he did. Kenny couldn't pull that shit on me.
Kenny's been horrible to him. He blames Ben for his family's death, and it's just more complicated than that.
Well, seems like it got through to Kenny. Whatever that's good for.
All right, I'm out of gas. You look good and rested.
Sure, if you don't count an infected leg.
You want me to do it?
Nah, and you can hop in after me.
Okay. Wait, he only broke that
Shouldn't
much?
be long now. I still forced to take a breath. I still can't believe you went and got chomped. Just
Only that much?
fucking hell.
At least he told us.
Took some brass. I don't think I would've.
How are you?
I don't know how to answer that.
I'm sorry. You've lost more than anyone.
It'll be alright, Ken.
Why are you acting like what's happened ain't happened? Anyway, I appreciate it from both of you. A lot of us have lost families.
You're right to hate him.
Right to hate him, you know?
Maybe. But what good's it doing?
Exactly. Your feelings are valid. You know?
He's having a rough go.
Yeah, we all are.
Damn. The growling, I'm not even kidding. I hear more of the growling than I do of the actual
This guy tell you
conversation
much about what we've been
happening.
through? The day I met him, I thought this guy was a pretty big piece of shit.
Do you ever wonder how much people like get paid for just to make the
families.
zombie noises?
But I
Like-
know I could feel even more alone.
That has to be good money, right?
I'm sorry for hurting you in any way, Kenny. It's impossible to go through life without causing some sort of pain. But sometimes I can't help but wonder if I could have caused a little less.
You and me both, Doc. Well, cheers.
Wow, he still have that? Sure, I'll take it. Imagine you're tired and you have to go to work, except your work is just growling into a mic. Almost as funny as imagining the same, but for hentai's. Oh my god. You know? Never mind. I was gonna. Never mind. I was gonna say something. Never mind. I was gonna say, you guys ever think I could be, if voice actor, You know?
Everyone keep a goddamn eye out.
Shen, the voice actor.
This place seems pretty sealed off. Well,
I don't know. Can I? I'm a terrible actor though. I could play a dog, you know? Like honk honk honk, you know? That will work, right? Oh, free gun! Free gun! Might have been the right choice.
Think of all the people we've seen go. They got to do it their own way. Together.
Don't you say that. You stick it out as long as you can. You do whatever you have to. I could have done more.
You did everything you could.
You did everything you could.
No, Lee. I could have been a better husband, better father, could have been a better friend. So let's figure out a way out of here. Get that little girl. We should
That little girl, she has a name. Her name is Clementine. I don't think he's ever called her by her name. Right?
Lee, figure out where we're headed.
Like Kenny has always called Clementine the little girl.
Don't ask me how I'm doing.
Am I wrong?
Let's just keep going.
Lee,
I think he said Clem once.
okay?
Yeah.
Has he?
Let's keep at it.
Okay.
I guess Crawford would have gotten
At least
away.
one shot left. Unload it. It counts the it count the rounds.
Judging by the decor of this room, I guess they were PBS watchers.
Hey, my parents' house looked a lot like this. And they watch kung fu movies. Just saying.
Wait. Okay. There was one gun. He killed her, and then he killed himself. Does that make him a murderer?
What do you call this thing?
Art? It's sick, but think of all the pain they avoided.
Talk to
Still
Ben.
with us, Ben?
Yeah, Lee. I just want to help.
I looked at everything, right? Did I look at this?
Hard to believe the world once felt this peaceful.
Okay. Not humanizing the child makes it easier when you unavailably turn to the cannibalism. Okay. Arc of the story. Do it. Oh my god, what did this double suicide scene makes me remember
Looks like
the
we can
mist?
stay off the streets all the way
The
to River
mist,
Street
like
if we
the horror movie, The Mist.
Let's go.
Go ahead.
That was one hell of an ending. To be honest, I never understood what that movie was about. Like I watched it when it first came out when I was like a child, and like I just never understood it. Yeah, I seen it, but that was like so long ago, like decades ago. Oh no! It's gonna break on Ben.
Ben!
Oh. Did he get stabbed? Oh my god.
Me and my fucking mouth.
Holy fuck! What are we gonna do?
What the heck? Oh, 7 kid dead? Keep a lookout.
Stay up here. Keep an eye out.
Okay, but I
I
can't
mean,
see
the
much
journal
from up
movie
here.
was
Just
just
let us
about
know if they
monsters,
start
I guess.
coming down the alley.
Ah.
We'll be back.
I mean, I don't know. It wasn't that scary to me.
Ow! I'm okay.
He's not totally dead, right?
Okay, just get me out of here.
Shh, quiet, Ben, or they'll be on top of us.
Yeah, try to keep your mouth shut.
I'm sorry. Just get me up. My legs hurt, I think.
He's not stabbed, right?
We're gonna get your ass up.
Is he actually stabbed?
Really? I thought you...
Oh, he is stabbed.
Fucking hell.
What is it?
No!
I'm okay.
Well, I generally don't find movies scary, but I love the ending. It was so dark and just painful in a good way. Oof. I see. No, Ben!
Well, we gotta do something.
Please.
I don't know what to do. Okay. Yank him? Should we just yank him off?
Fuck.
Okay, yank him off. Yank him off! Kill him? No, I Loki don't want to kill him.
Oh God! Don't
He has
let
such
them get
great
to
like
me.
character development. Okay. You know we're gonna try to save him. Yeah.
Do you have any bullets left? This has only got one left in it.
Yeah,
I'm
do what
out.
you gotta do.
Shit.
No! I'm not gonna euthanize him. That's
Get the fuck out of here. What? Go back. She needs you, Lee.
Kenny!
No!
This is not a discussion!
Kenny, no! Kenny, no! Kenny, no! Hell no!
Hell no, man! I'm not leaving!
No,
What did
Kenny!
I just say? Let's get Ben and get out of here!
We do it together! No, Kenny! No, Kenny, please!
Kenny!
Lee,
my
it's
God.
okay.
What, time to kill another kid? No, Ken!
Oh, kid. No, it's not!
It's just something I gotta do. You know that.
No! Wait, is everybody's gonna die here? Is everyone gonna die
Go
here?
get that girl. Back, you sons of bitches!
Damn it, Kenny!
Kenny, let me out! Kenny, let me out!
Kenny, please!
Kenny, let me... No? I mean, obviously, Clementine lives, right? No, Kenny! Kenny, no! You were supposed to be the backbone of this group, actually. He just went to the farm upstate.
What happened?
Oh my goodness. Damn, rip. Oh, Ben's dead. Kenny's dead. Oof.
I tried to help.
What the fuck happened?
There was just too many of them. Ben was really messed up and... I don't know. There's nothing else.
Damn, is killing frequency all over again? I swear to God, somebody
Damn.
will live other than, you know, Clementine.
I heard a shot.
Oh, he was fighting them all.
He was fighting them off. Trying to, at least. It...
God, stupid Kenny. That was such a dumb move, actually. I'm already about to die, you know?
You
Like-
saw them die?
Nobody was getting out of there.
I'm sorry, Lee.
So other than Clem, everyone I've seen at last stream is dead? Yeah, basically. Pretty much, yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. My original group, gone.
We should
Original group, gone. Oh my goodness.
Right behind you.
She has a habit of getting everyone killed. No, it's not a habit. I just make terrible decisions, okay? I just make terrible decisions. Also, it's not even my fault, okay? These characters are just stupid. They're just dumb. Oh my god.
Do you want to talk?
Jesus Christ.
soon as
Jesus
someone
Christ.
dies, they don't immediately have to have these
Everyone
things for-
dead. I mean, she killed a whole village before.
Look, Lee, this is a shitty time. I want to
She's
clear
just,
something
yeah,
up.
I'm just, you know, logically,
Now with Kenny
you know.
gone,
I'm looking at the bigger picture here,
Omid
okay?
and I have to stay safe. For her.
You guys would be great for her. Keep her safe.
We do our best. You know that.
Keep Clementine safe.
What's going on with you?
I just saw your friends get killed.
I mean, before.
He's not looking good. Yeah, he's
It's nothing.
What's nothing?
dying.
Let's just keep moving.
He's dying. Okay, that is a terrible bridge. That's a terrible bridge. What if I faint here? Okay, am I gonna faint? I have a feeling I'm gonna faint. I'm gonna faint, and then it's gonna start breaking, and then they're gonna start yelling out my name, you know? Oh,
River
I guess
Street's
not.
just up ahead. Whoa, careful.
Even the buildings are full.
I never know where the next meal is.
Be careful through here.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't need any more accidents.
Overthinking much? Maybe I'm thinking too much.
I'm
That's
sorry.
true.
It's okay.
Oh wait, this is by the boat, right?
Marshall's Hotel is around the corner of the block. We have to cross here.
Well,
That
At
okay.
least it doesn't look like
Why
a
do we
death
keep
trap.
crossing terrible bridges? That's not a bridge. That's a sign.
Who's going first?
You're the lightest.
He's got a busted leg and you're walking for two. I'm obviously not doing so hot. Decision doesn't make itself.
I'll go first.
I'll go first, in case anything happens out there.
You sure?
Yeah.
It's a sign that they don't have much longer to live. Okay. Oh, that's how we're walking?
Just go nice and slow.
Oh, okay. Nice and slow. Calm and steady wins the game. Pro tips on how to survive. Number 1, don't die. Easy.
Almost there. It's an easy crossing.
Easy.
Good.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Grab it, grab it, grab it, grab it.
Shit.
Are you okay?
Fine.
Is it part of the Helldiver's manual?
What are you gonna do?
Helldiver's manual. Fuck it. I'm going for it.
I'm going for it.
Going for it?
What does that mean?
It means I'm already bitten. I just have to push my way through.
What the fuck?
Okay. Oh. By the train.
Let's meet outside of town. By the train.
Are you nuts?
It's the only way. Do you hear me?
Yeah, by the train.
Jesus.
By the train.
We'll be there.
Okay. Cause the boat is not an answer anymore, right? It's because they stole our boat, so why would I go the boat route? There's no point. The only thing we have is a train. Okay. The marsh house. Okay. would you squeeze it? Why? Oh, look at that. Oh my god, wait! This is actually so badass! Okay! Okay, Lee! Okay! Oh my god! Dual wielding? Exactly right! Plot twist, this was the FPS all along. This one. Sheesh! Oh my god! First person slasher. Oh my god.
Need recon on my position. Requesting recon.
Requesting recon. Okay, why is it so empty? This is a little... Okay. Okay. Listen. Should I open it? If I had to guess, I'll probably say it's empty because it's an apocalypse. Okay. But like, Clementine's supposed to be here, you know? Oh. Who are you?
I got us adjoining rooms.
Okay, this guy. Where is she?
Where is she?
I already told you she's fine.
This guy's creepy.
Horrible.
Not gonna lie,
Go
he's
over
giving
there.
me Predator vibes. Like he's a pedo, you know?
Put your things down.
Let me out! Who's out there?
Okay. Okay.
Quiet, please, sweetie. Your things. There.
My thing's there.
Just be cool.
Do I not seem cool?
It will make sense. You learn who he is.
Good. Go sit
Is he Clementine's dad? No way, right? No, her dad is black. Wait, right? Wait, who is he though?
I am.
No.
No. I don't know anything about you.
You wouldn't. People like you don't. Now you're thinking, who would have it out for me? Huh?
He seems a very opposite of cool,
back,
buddy. Oh, racist?
There might
No,
have been a
like
station
we
wagon
saw the
on
family
board,
picture, right? Clementine is
full of
half
all sorts of
half black. She's mixed, right?
things you need to survive.
Wait, who the heck is this guy?
Yeah. I'm not some cannibal, Lee. Some killer out in the woods. Some villain. I'm just...
Okay, my first thought was that this guy was the leader of the
Little League.
I didn't take from you.
Your people didn't?
I didn't agree with it.
That's what Clementine said. Why didn't you?
Remember the group looted the station wagon? Oh.
If only the rest of your crew had been so magnanimous. I don't
Oh.
want you to say anything.
Oh my god.
What happened? Have you ever hurt somebody?
That was his shit. Oh my god. I totally forgot. Yes.
Yes, of course.
Who?
Oh my god. My wife.
My wife.
Clementine said she wasn't with you.
I heard her a long time ago.
How?
In a lot of ways. What the
He
heck?
traveled for work. I didn't like that.
Then why is he so villainous now?
A reasonable thing to want.
So we fought.
He's so villainous.
It made
Oh my
my
god.
biggest fear come true. Got sick one day on my way to class. Canceled it and went home. Found her there with someone else. Killed him.
Damn.
I was mad at her for so long, and I can't imagine how much pain she felt. How about you?
Oh my god.
I hurt her so bad.
Is he gonna kill
My
himself
son
in front of
Adam
me?
went missing. I took him out hunting even though my wife said he was too young. I figured he had to learn. I came back without him and the look on her face said, "You are a monster."
What?
We all went out looking for him. We never found him. I hurt her so
Wait,
bad.
his son got lost in the woods.
And then we came back.
And he just went home without him?
Stuff was gone. Your people, Lee. That asshole in the ball cap. His stupid fucking wife. I could have earned her trust back if they hadn't made our situation so desperate.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
The hungrier we got,
I think the
the more
implication
she
is that he
blamed me,
couldn't find his son.
until she finally took our daughter Elizabeth and left. They didn't get far. I found them a day later in the road.
Oof.
Do I look like a monster to you?
Yes. Can I say yes? Yes.
Yes.
If you think that now, you just wait.
Oh, I feel so threatened.
You killed a man with a pitchfork right in front of a little girl.
It's more complicated.
I would not
You
be serious in
abandoned
this
a
situation.
defenseless,
If this happened to
grieving
me in
woman.
real life, I would just laugh in his face. I wouldn't do it again.
Do that again.
You brought her to the most dangerous place in this city where she could have died.
I couldn't leave her alone.
I couldn't leave her at the house alone.
She would have been better off.
Shoot me. Do it. Do it. I dare you.
How could you know all this?
You're a monster. You're a murderer and a thief. And I'm gonna hurt you so bad.
Oh yeah? It doesn't have to be this
Doesn't
way.
have to be this way.
You can't take care of anyone. After I found Clementine on my radio, I wasn't even mad at you. I was coming for the others. For revenge. But the more I heard about the things you did and the danger she was in, our plan changed.
Dude, did you just get mad at Lee for leaving a woman
Needless
Lily
to-
alone and then get mad at Lee for not leaving Clem alone? Right! He's
I can
crazy.
take
This dude is
care of
crazy.
We can have a family. I bet you don't even know how old she is.
She's 8.
wrong. She's 9.
But
her birthday was 6 days ago.
Oh my god.
I know how to be a dad, you know. She wouldn't be exposed to what she has been with you.
But you got your kid dead. No, never mind. You're crazy.
It's not happening.
At least my kid is still alive.
Keeping her with you is crazy.
You'll have to kill me.
Yeah, I know. Hey, honey. I think this is all gonna work out.
One kid disappeared, one kid dead. Oh, one dead.
I'm glad too. I wish it wouldn't have had to get this bad, but it's all over, hon. Isn't it?
Just about.
I hate seeing you like this. I just miss your smile, honey.
Not the cleaver, right? It should have been the bottle. No, is she gonna
miss
kill
you
him?
so much, Tess. You're gonna like Clementine a lot, though. She's not Lizzie, but she's sweet. She wouldn't hurt a fly.
Oh! What the fuck? Why is this so hard? I'm pressing as hard as I can! Is he dead? Oh my god. Because you're killing the man a slow way? Oh.
He could come back.
It's okay, sweet pea. We're leaving.
Good.
We're leaving. No, I decided not to kill him.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
You look horrible.
That's what he said.
Let's just get somewhere safe.
And now you turn and attack her? No! No! That's not gonna happen. Did he hurt you?
Hurt you?
No. Not really. I'm sorry, Lee.
Clem, it's okay. We need to get you somewhere safe. And then we have to talk, okay?
Okay, the only reason I didn't kill him is because I didn't wanna Clementine to see me kill another person, okay?
I'm sorry you had to see that.
He was going to kill you.
And take you. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Kevin. Okay. So killing a harmless fun boy because you disagree his eating habits was fine, but killing a creep kidnapper is too much? Okay, but the thing is, he was eating my friend. He was eating one of my teammates. You know? That's...
Which way out?
You know?
Through there.
He was hurting them purposely. Woo!
Jesus. Don't look in there.
No, I know.
Oh my goodness. You guys are horrible, okay? That's the right line of thinking. All your teammates ended up there. Okay. Okay. not my fault, okay? It's not my fault. It's not like I intentionally killed them. They all decided to make their own decisions, okay? I know Kevin is trolling, but I'm glad you're the streamer right now, not me. Oh god. This is every stream. This is my life as a streamer. Oh my goodness. Oh! Kill him! Kill him! My last bullet.
It didn't bite you.
Yeah, I know it. Must have.
You're covered in all that gross stuff.
Had to get through a bunch of them to get here. That's how we'll get out of Savannah.
Okay. Peter in blood! Oh god! I think that's what we're gonna do. Actually.
Oh no.
For her safety, of course. Yeah, of course. For safety. This is part-time? Okay, can I just take off his shirt? The shirt the zombie is wearing and like drape it over her? Wouldn't that work? Instead of dirting like her own clothes with like blood, because okay.
We'll get you cleaned up as soon as we
Cloak?
can.
Yeah.
Not soon enough.
Now she has to wear his poop tube like a scarf.
We'll get you cleaned up as soon as we
I think I'm just rubbing the blood on her. Yeah, like take off the shirt the zombie is wearing and like just like cover her with it. Or let her wear it, you know? This is good, right?
There. That should do it.
I hope so.
And you're missing something.
Stealing his shirt? I mean, he's dead. It's not like he'll need it, you know?
Thank you.
Stay right next to me. And walk very slowly. Don't look around. And don't panic. I'll keep you safe.
Keep Clementine safe. Okay, hold my hand. Just W. Just go forward. Oh boy, oh boy. Wash out all in zombie infested water, you'll be fine. Oh god. Oh. Damn, don't even say excuse me. God. Clementine, come on. Is that your mom? No, I'm turning.
Lee, wake up. Please don't be dead. Please, no.
Imagine pressing W and still ended up with an L. Okay,
so
Kevin.
scared.
Wow, you're so funny today.
You left me. I saw my friends.
I know.
I know. They didn't get to you, right?
No. We got away. They're dead for sure.
Is this the part where I tell her?
We have to get out of here as fast as we can.
We can't. There's thousands of them outside.
Okay, time to like. Thank you for the like.
No,
Thank
that's
you.
crazy.
That's supposed
We're safe here. I locked us in.
No, it's all shit. Don't cry.
I can't.
Do it!
I'm gonna cry in the closet. Oh no.
It was only a little open when I found it. I closed it to keep us safe.
Pull on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Okay? No?
See?
Clementine, honey.
What happened? No, that's not. No.
Yes, Clem, it is.
Oh.
It's gonna be okay. You are gonna be okay. We just have to think and work together.
Okay.
Okay.
I think there might be a way out over there. God.
Is stream dies right there? Did my stream die? Is it bit? God. Oh, it buffered for a bit? Ah. Okay. Oh my god. It better not die! I swear to god, my stream better not die right here. On the best part. Okay.
I got you. You can lean on me if you have to.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
I thought I was
Okay,
helping by
Clementine.
bringing you in here.
You couldn't have known. I should have told you.
It was scary at the hotel.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Okay.
We're almost there.
Lead dies, stream dies. Oh no.
Get up, Lee. The door is right here.
Lee, get up, Lee, get up. Get up, I swear to god, Lee. Get your ass up. Get your ass up. No, please.
You have to.
Damn, I can't move.
Oh my goodness.
Please try to get up.
Hey, this is a serious moment right here, okay? God. It says authorized personnel only. You're not authorized. Okay. In this kind of situation, it doesn't matter.
Emotional damage.
I can't leave you.
Just work on getting out, okay?
You have to get out, Clementine. You have to get out. Guys, stop it! This is a very sad moment. Okay? a guy is dying and a little girl is crying.
Get you in there. We're doing good. There's a chair over there. The way out's through there, Clem.
I know.
There's
Baseball
a
bat?
baseball bat under the counter, Clem. You can use that.
Okay. That was a metal pipe of sadness. window. Break the window.
Use the bat to shatter that window so you can reach in, okay?
Okay.
Watch out for broken glass. Good job.
Get the chair, get the chair.
Don't be afraid of him, honey. You're smart. He isn't. You're smarter than all of them. There's a chair over there. Grab the chair, Clem.
Grab the
Use it
chair,
to
Clem.
reach in to the lock.
Okay.
Open it.
Oh!
He's trapped.
This will be easy then. He's got keys. Probably to that door. Everything you'll need.
The timing. Oh!
There are handcuffs on the ground. Get them.
Okay, Lee.
Oh, Clementine. Am I gonna lose them on myself? Oh. Oh, handcuff Walker.
You have to handcuff the walker. You can kill it easy then.
I don't know, Lee.
You can do it. Just be careful. Move around the slide. and
Cuff
jump
me to
away
the
if it gets
radiator,
close.
Clem. I mean to that shit. I want to die doing one. No! That's terrible! Way to ruin the mood! You got it, Clem. Beat him with the bat.
What should I get first?
Oh. Oh. Get the gun.
The gun, Clem. Always the gun.
Oh!
Get him. Get him!
Oh my god! I don't know what to do! No! Spike's not gonna die!
Watch out!
Oh! Oh
the
god!
bat, Clem. Get the bat!
Holy crap! Oh my god, Clementine! Oh my god! Also, welcome in, little mother cats! Welcome! Welcome! You came out like that! I don't know, is this a good moment? I don't know! Like right at the end. The most dramatic moment. The saddest moment. Also, how are you? Welcome in!
Great, Clem. Good job.
Oh god. Oh, Clem.
On my turn, honey. And if I do, it won't be good.
No, you can't. You can't do that.
Trust me, Clem. I don't want to. I'm trying. I'm trying.
My parents. It's so horrible.
I can't imagine, sweetie.
And now, you?
She's crying. Also, thank you for the follow, the mother cat. Thank you, welcome in.
Please don't become a walker.
There's only one thing you can do. You know that.
I don't know if I can.
You have to shoot me.
You have to shoot me, honey.
Lee, no.
It's okay. It's okay. Back in Macon, honey, I had to kill my brother.
I didn't know that.
No.
Sweetie, you just have to do it. I know you can.
But
I hated seeing him like one of them, and I don't want you to see me like that. And I don't want to hurt you. Please, Clem.
okay, Lee. I can do it. I can.
Find Omid and Krista. They're outside of town, by the train.
She's 9. It's about time she learns to check notes. Murder and love what I want wrong. That's terrible. That's terrible.
And Clem. And always keep moving. You're gonna want to find someplace like the motor inn, but that's just not safe.
Why not?
Those places are just targets. Move.
They ask
as
you how
much
you are,
as
you
you
just have
can.
to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into
And
it because
also-
they would never understand.
Aww.
Think fast, Chuckle Nuts!
What is it?
Guys, stop it! I got it. Oh, don't be afraid.
Don't be afraid.
Don't be afraid, Clementine. Don't be afraid. I got this.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Poor Clementine. Is that it? Wait, they're not even gonna show her meeting up with
You're up, soldier.
Omid and
Go sort this
Krista?
fucker out.
What? Wait, is that it? Or is my game bugging? Oh. That's it! Oh god. That's it! This should be after end credit scene. Is there? Okay. Wow. 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 GG's. Wow. So Omid, Krista, and Clem are the only ones left. Did I do good? Is that good? 3 survived. Right? Oh my god, what time is it? Oh my god.
Skip and stop.
I mean, like, you could have more survivors.
Last year's
Wait, how many people were there in total? There was. Honestly, I forgot that guy's name. There was Doug.
Take us back, oh, take us back, oh.
Doug, Lily, Carly. That one guy that got eaten. I forgot his name.
Take us back, oh, take us back, oh, take us.
I should looking asking us for a KDA. Chuck? Is his name Chuck? Jeff? I don't think it's Ben? Joe? Is his name Joe? No, not the homeless guy. The cannibal episode.
When the higher hills have turned blue.
I swear to God, he only showed up for like episode 2. Like, I don't know. I didn't even remember him from episode 1. He just shows up in episode 2 and gets eaten. Myself.
Of days when love was true.
Mark. Stan. I think these are just random names. Is Mark? His name is Mark? Is it actually Mark? And then I remember Andy. Andy was the older brother, right? The older brother that was the cannibalist older brother.
Has gone.
Bernard. Oh my goodness. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. God. Okay, I think so far my favorite episode, besides this one, was probably number 2, the cannibalist episode. The cannibal episode was pretty good, I say. Oh. She's walking alone. Wait, did she not meet up with... She didn't meet up with Krista and Omid? Her clothes are clean too.
I did not hit her. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not.
Oh my
hi,
God.
Mark. My name is Jeff.
My name's Jeff. Wait, why is she by herself? She didn't meet up with them? That's them? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. We will never know. We will never know. Hold on. Should I play this one too? What's that? This one. Special episode? Should I play this special episode? Yes? Okay. Let's play this one. Okay. After this one, I'll probably end stream. How long is this? This gotta be like 3 hours, right? Another 3 hours? Should be another 1 hour? Oh, that's so short. All these zombies, death, blood, and gore made me hungry. I'm gonna go eat some food. Like, thank you for the like, Kevin. Thank you. Also, thank you for the bonk. You're gonna be in the closet. Watching me in the closet. 400 days. Wait, is this like after Lee is dead? Or is this like a whole different side story? Like, wait, am I gonna play Lily? Wait, am I Lily? No, I don't wanna play Lily. Am I Lily? I fucking hate Lily. I don't know why, I have a feeling I'm gonna be Lily. Yeah, 400 days later. Whatever you do, choose to look on the grass later. Okay. Oh, I could choose. Oh, are these like different stories? Wait, did I pick one? Wait! You know, I forgot Glenn needs to be part of my group. I totally forgot. Is this Glenn? Oh god. Russell is where Curly is? Okay. So we have Vince, Wyatt, Russell, Bonnie. And Shell? Okay. It's still Russell then. 'Cause I want to see Carly. Oh my god, I totally forgot about Glenn. He was there for like half an episode. And he left. Look on the road. There's a person on the road. That right there? Mile 7.
I've been walking forever.
Is it me or does the graphics look like a lot better?
Hey, you getting up? Good.
Like on the grass when you can? On the grass?
Should probably hurry.
I just hope you don't miss it. On the grass?
Shit.
Oh, hi! Oh no! Wait, I clicked the wrong one! No. This is stupid.
This is fucking stupid. Fuck. I should have hit. Fuck.
Whoops.
Bang! I just killed you.
I clicked on the
You're
wrong
either
one!
stupid as fuck or you think you're tough shit. Or both, I guess.
I don't want no trouble.
I don't want no trouble. Please. Standing out here like this ain't gonna get you nothing but trouble. Just
Do it again! Restart! Should I restart?
Maybe you're just walking this highway looking for some
Do it
tail.
again!
You're gonna end up hurting somebody. Maybe killing you right now does our troubled country some good.
Yes! How do I do it again? Should I, main menu? Okay. Okay. Special episode, 400 days. I really want you to see it. Okay. Russell. I'm just kidding. I don't know what's happening at this point. That's okay.
I've been walking forever.
Red backpack.
Hey, you getting up? Good.
Okay. Look on the grass.
Should probably hurry. Shit.
Hide. Oh my god! Wait, this is the road where we kill Carly? Oh, where Lily killed Carly? Holy shit. Oh my god! Wait, they didn't even bury her?
Your girlfriend down there.
That's crazy. I mean, we didn't even see them bury her though, but okay. Oh my god.
I don't want no
Seriously?
trouble. Please. You just want to be left alone
Oh my
with
god,
your
guys.
friend down there?
Come on.
No, just leave me alone. Look, I don't care what you do to whatever comes to find.
Okay, I'm now happy. Carry on.
What's your name?
Russell.
Russell. So you didn't steal that bag.
I don't care who you steal from, if you did. Maybe you're in a gang that likes to rob people. I don't know. Are you in a crew? You got some boys wearing hoodies I gotta worry about? Because you steal from me and I'll get your throat out. I don't care who you run around with, you understand?
Not in a gang. Fucking racist, man.
Hey now, I ain't no racist. I just call them like I see them. Just get in the car. You're gonna get eaten out here otherwise, and I'm bored.
Wait, why is he
Come on.
traveling alone though?
Scoot. Ain't gonna wait forever. Fine. Fuck. See if I give a shit.
You take me to Statesboro? I'm trying to get to my grand's house.
Fuck, she like to party? Just get in, we'll get there. Or somewhere, eventually.
Okay. My mom said not to enter stranger's car.
Name's Nate, by the way. Thanks for asking. You thirsty?
Thirsty for you? No. I'm straight,
I'm
thanks.
straight, thanks.
You're not tight, are you?
He's not racist, he's just judging people based on baseless stereotypes that
No,
generalize
understood,
people based on the color of their skin. You just said the same thing, but with extra steps, you know?
Any tailback where you come from? Maybe drop you off, do a double back.
No tail?
No.
I'm dipping now, Go get eaten, Shen. Thank you, Phantasma. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for chilling with me. Hope you have a good day, good night, good evening. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet. Because I'm gonna work. I'm watching you.
There was
I'm
a
watching
dad
you.
who had a daughter about my age.
My eyes are on you.
One guy said he used to be a cop. Nobody really believed him. And the teacher was white.
Bye-bye.
Leader was his
I'm fancy like that.
Go back to the daughter.
Steve was a bad dude, but everybody was with him, you know?
Uh-huh.
He said 7 was the magic number, so we didn't add nobody to the group. If we found survivors, it was the same every time.
Same every time.
Let it out, Paco.
Just, we gonna kill these folks and take their stuff or what? Then bang, they'd be dead.
Oh my god.
Anyway, I couldn't handle that. After weeks of it, I packed my shit up and figured I could make for grands alone and try to find my family.
Aww.
I slipped out of there. I couldn't live like that.
This man's crazy. Is that all? Oh, wait. No, there's more. Okay. I was about to say.
Let's look for some supplies in here. See if we can fill up
Damn.
while we're at it.
He's never getting inside a car with a stranger ever again after this.
Fine, be mad. Just stop being a pussy.
Never ever.
Oh shit! Go! Get out!
Imagine if that was it. So this guy runs, bet this creepy racist the end. Hey, that'd be so weird. Like, I mean, it'd be funny as like,
Okay, get ready.
Don't stop running and keep your head down.
Don't stop running. Keep your head down. Okay.
Good hustle.
What happened to I'll cover you?
Look how good you did.
We're screwed.
Oh man. Fuck, we're screwed.
You haven't been shot at in 3 months? Come on, kid, look at me.
Look at him.
This is no big deal. We got this, okay?
Okay.
First, we're gonna figure out exactly where this asshole is. Just get a quick glance. Down!
For the store.
See? Easy.
The diner?
Now we know
Is that a
where
diner?
he is, we can fucking get him.
All right. Yeah.
That's the spirit. Let's push this truck for cover.
Okay.
It's in neutral. Just keep your head down.
Okay.
Shit! Just keep
Of course.
pushing!
He has a fucking flat tire. guess you could say it got tired. Ha 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 ha.
End of the road. What now? We're gonna get around the side of the building. We gotta go from cover to cover. Seriously this time. I'm not fucking around.
You're gonna cover me?
Cover me? We can have the line of fire. Here. You can cover
Does
me.
it even have bullets? I don't think you have bullets.
You cover me, then I'll cover you. Or if you want to go first, that's fine too.
The second you get to some stranger's car, it should cut to end credits. And that's the end.
Then throw me the gun, and I'll do the same. Ready? Yeah. You ready, Russ? Cover my ass now. Damn it, Russ! What's the goddamn hold? Come on! Are you serious? All right, Russ, you got me with my balls out. That's good.
This is so funny!
This is your moment, Russell. Big Russ. Let's get these.
I'm sorry. I'm joking.
Just don't fuck with me again, okay?
Can't promise that, but I see that you're upset.
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
No more playing
Remember,
around. No.
Don't stop shooting. Fire! All right, throw me the gun.
Okay,
and I'll
okay.
cover you.
He's gonna point it at me? Oh, oh God.
Good job.
Now what?
We get over there and we should be good. Go.
Okay. Why did you fall down?
You saved my life.
Whatever. We got more work to do.
He kept you in the
Let's see
knee
if we can
halfway.
Get in around back. Sneak up on this.
Look at that wasting ammo. I know, right? God, don't you know how precious the ammo is?
Well, we gotta get in there. Fucker shot at us. Russell, relax, man. When this is over, we're gonna take what we can, head on down to your Grams, and have a big old home-cooked meal, all right? Come on. Watch out for that.
Okay.
What's the problem?
We should put it out of its misery.
It's fucking dead.
Wait. Okay. I have a theory. If the person inside is shooting,
Feel like a big man now?
I feel like the person inside might be Lily.
Okay.
You know? Because Carly died not that far, and we left Lily there. And this is the closest. Is this the closest spot? I actually don't know. Actually.
All right. We're gonna be fucking quiet. We're gonna sneak up on this son of a bitch and take him out. You hear me? Not a fuck.
I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I don't know. I have like this gut feeling that she's always alive.
Check through the window. See if there's anyone else.
He looks like Omid, not gonna lie. I see it a little bit. Oh.
I think I saw a guy.
No shit.
Oh, so old man.
Grab him.
Okay, it's not Lily.
Oh, I sneak up. Just jump out and grab him.
Your call.
Russell, I mean? Yeah, Russell does look like Omid. Gramps? What? Present? Wait, what? What? Wait, what did it say? Oh.
Walt!
Ow!
Get the fuck out of here, you monsters!
Whoa, Gramps!
I told you not to come back here. Think you could just leave your mask at home? And now you're with this fucking spook.
First off, watch the fucking racism. This is my boy. Secondly,
Wait, you know
I
him?
don't fucking know you.
Oh.
We were just passing by like anyone else.
Bullshit! You came back to finish us off and take all our food.
You've lost your goddamn marbles.
She's dying, and now she can see your face.
Mask? What's he talking about?
Fuck if I know.
He's a bandit.
Crazy.
Have you been here before?
He's
Russell,
coming back like
don't
Freddy
even
versus
start.
Jason or something.
You tried to kill us for no goddamn reason. If anything, we should.
I can
take
see what
you
the
out for-
developers did there.
Please just get the fuck out of here. Please leave us alone.
What do you say, Russ? Should we just kill these folks and take all their stuff?
Just leave them alone. Oh, he's crazy. He's crazy. Are you fucking serious?
Are you serious?
Maybe. Why not?
That's fucked up. There are real fucking monsters out there.
No shit.
And you're just gonna
You
joke
look
about
like
the
a
shit I
maniac,
see.
right?
Fuck you,
That's
Nate.
crazy.
I saved your ass.
You didn't do shit.
Easy, Russ.
I'm not hurting no one. And don't you hurt these people either.
Come on. Can we still be friends?
Should have shot him earlier, right? Now I kind of regretted it. Oh. That's so sad. That's how it ends? What? That's how it ends. What the heck? Okay. Okay, let's do Vince. You got another 2 kills? What the heck? That's how the story ends. What?
I already told you it wasn't me, man. Man, come on. I told you like 20 times. I don't even know your brother.
Is Vince related to Glenn? I'm not saying this because he's Asian, okay, guys? Like, I'm just genuinely, like, curious, okay? Because Glenn left to go to go find his family, right? He said he has, like, a brother, his mom, his dad, right?
Oh, fuck.
Went to jail? This is 0 days before the apocalypse. Okay. 2 days in.
Come on, man.
I lied about it. It's okay. You were rounding down, okay? It's not your fault. You were rounding down.
What's your problem, man?
Oh, relax. It's not your fault.
Can I fight him?
What the hell, man?
Choke him!
What?
I'm literally behind him. I could literally choke him.
Cut it out.
Jesus, you guys.
Am I crazy?
You gonna make me?
Yeah.
Hey, Vince. Justin's gonna make me.
It's too hot for this shit.
Vince, I'm making him hot now. Oh, shit!
Come on, Vince.
Hey, man. How about you open a fucking window? It's a prison bus, asshole.
God. Don't worry, he could kill more people. I want to kill more people.
I bet he
No,
lives
no, no,
in
no.
that
I
truck
mean,
now. You probably got his
I
whole
want to
house.
save
Life
more
saving.
people.
Shit, I bet you stole his dog. You steal his dog, man?
I wasn't stealing from guys like that. Anyway, better than stealing his virginity.
Hey, how many times I gotta tell you?
Here we go.
Seriously, I was falsely accused.
How old was she? 15?
Damn it, it ain't like that.
You telling me there wasn't a star witness waiting around in your white van? I'm shocked.
You
No.
were convicted, Danny. Gotta admit that much.
Oh, come on, Vince. That don't mean I did it.
My lawyer's gonna be hearing
Tell you
about
what,
this.
guys,
He's gonna
I
have
ain't
your
afraid to say
motherfucking
it.
jobs when he hears
I
about
mean-
this.
Missing my girlfriend right now.
I'm guessing she's pretty pissed at you.
It's worse than that, man. She won't talk to me. Haven't heard her voice in months. Really messing with me, like for real.
Just let it go, man.
I want to, but you know, I love her, man.
You should call her up when we
He
get
said the
there.
L word.
Face that shit.
You know, you're right, man. First call I get.
Danny, I know you don't realize this because you're you, but you probably ruined that poor girl's life, you piece of shit.
Big talk from white collar back there. How many lives you wrecked, kid?
Who cares?
Hotter than hell up in here. I'm getting
Oh my
dehydrated.
God.
Hey, how about some water back here?
I thought you took the stand and cried your eyes out.
Telling you again.
Didn't you lose your shit and tell them you didn't know what you were doing?
Or I'll shut you
I
up.
lied. Turns out
he
I'm
said
good at that.
You
love.
lied on the stand? See, that's the kind of shit I could never do.
Religious?
Yeah.
Nah, man.
Watch a lot of cop shows?
Nope.
What then?
It just ain't right.
Oh, give me a break.
You should have been a man about it.
I can't
Yeah.
believe I'm getting my moralistic shit kicked in by a couple of criminals. You wanna know the funny thing? I don't regret any of it. I carried my victims for years. Knew what they were
Victims?
getting into.
Pro?
And now here I am, and there they are. And Wall Street assholes pulling the same scores.
And guys, I'm just
smiling on
saying,
TV.
it's always the normal looking guys who are like the
How
craziest.
did it all work, anyway?
It was like a pyramid scheme.
Aren't those kind of shit?
It was a really good pyramid scheme.
How'd you live with yourself?
Easy. I didn't think about it.
How much did you make off with anyway?
Enough.
So, like, couple $100K?
A little over 100 million.
God damn, boy. Oh, when we get out of here, you, me, and Vince, we gotta go into business, know what I'm saying?
You know,
Ooh.
I don't actually know a thing about you.
I'm starting a pyramid
Maybe he's a
scheme.
priest.
Yeah, Father Vincent.
I bet he touched a kid.
2 kids. You touch a couple kids, Vince?
I helped my little brother.
They send you to prison for that now?
He was in trouble. I had to help him out.
I knew it was something stupid.
You regret it, man? If you're saying what I think you are, I got respect for you, man.
It doesn't
Doesn't
matter.
really matter. What's done is done.
I hear you.
How'd they get you?
Threw the gun in the trash.
And?
Some stupid dog knocked the can over the next day. Kid found it and turned it in.
You know
You
what
gotta
this
be
is?
kidding
Yeah.
me. Man, you're
An
bad luck,
unusual
Vince.
Punishment, man.
Bad luck,
Violating
Vince.
my motherfucking rights.
That's
Bad
not
luck,
bad.
Vince.
What do you think,
Is that my new nickname?
What the fuck are you
Bad
gonna do
luck,
about
Shen.
me? Fuck you, motherfucker.
The star people, the stars giving people the crazy eye when you first meet them.
Knock it off!
Right.
Hey, get in there, man.
Sit down, goddammit!
That's right. You got nothing, motherfucker.
Damn it, Crabtree!
Don't say anything. If people are like killing each other,
Guard
just
handle it, guys.
Fuck that. We gotta get in
step
there.
back.
No,
Rule number
wanna get in
1,
there.
don't interfere.
Vince, we gotta do something. You know this ain't right.
I'm not doing any more time to save some stupid asshole.
Where's your empathy, man?
You can't do anything with these damn chains on.
Shit! Crabtree, I'm warning you one
He's
last
not
time,
listening, man.
goddammit!
You gotta get in
Get
there.
yourself in there and break that shit up
Come on,
there.
man.
Come on, boy, get back there.
Okay, asshole, let him go!
Get in between them, goddammit.
He's gonna kill that boy.
Get in between them. Knock him out.
Last
What are you
warning!
waiting for?
Knock him out! Go, goddammit!
What the fuck was that?
Fuck.
Why is bro at police officer? What the?
What did you do, boy? God damn it, boy. Answer me back
That
there.
guy's still alive. Get those cuffs off him, man.
Oh my god.
What the hell was that?
He made a move on me! I don't know!
He's still breathing?
He's,
Bucky, fuck. You gotta call someone, man.
what?
He's gonna turn into a
Calling this
zombie.
in.
Don't call it in yet. Just wait, okay? Just give me a damn minute.
You killed that guy. You gotta deal with it, man.
Wait.
Just need a minute. I need a minute to think.
You ain't got a minute.
Okay.
Shut up, you hear
First
me?
off, why would they
Shut
put the
your mouth.
coward guy in the front lines?
Okay,
Why
okay,
would they
calm down.
give him the gun?
Take
Why?
it easy.
I'll
Okay.
calm down when you quit running your fucking mouth.
Everything's cool. Just
Okay, somebody do
take
something,
a
please.
breath, okay?
Somebody do something.
You really want to pull that trigger again, son?
Oh my god, I love this guy. I kind of like him now.
What the fuck?
Did you see that?
I saw it.
Yeah.
Get us the hell out of here.
We're not going anywhere.
Fuck that. Get this bus moving.
Hey, driver,
I said,
let's go,
we're
man.
staying right here. We're safe inside the bus. Nothing's gonna. Holy
Jesus. Oh my God. Hey.
Help!
Hey.
He has the key,
you
right?
call
He has the
someone.
key.
You hear me? We need to. Did he just?
He ran away! Oh my god!
Back
He
up, back
fucking
up.
ran away!
He can't reach us.
You sure about that?
That ankle's gonna give.
Shit. What are we doing, guys?
Come on. We gotta do something.
I'm
Find a
trying
weapon.
to think. Find a weapon.
What kind of weapon?
Where's the guard's gun?
Yeah, the gun. Good thinking, Justin. Where the fuck is it?
I think he fell on it. It's underneath.
Oh, fuck me.
My god. Well, say your prayers. Q.
Get the gun, man. Get up, Vince. Hurry up.
Me pick it up.
Shoot this asshole, Vince.
Do it.
Oh, watch it, man.
Ew.
Sorry.
Man, I can't believe this shit. Can you believe this shit, man?
No.
We gotta find some way to get out of here.
Damn. Shoot the chains? Oh wait.
Damn it.
Oh, he has the key?
What are you doing?
Can't do anything until we get out of these damn chains. Maybe he's got the keys on him.
No keys?
Nothing.
Well, shit. If the keys aren't on him, then where the hell are they?
He must have left them up front.
Maybe we finally caught a break.
Danny,
Hey,
don't.
buddy! What the fuck?
God damn it,
Oh my
Danny.
god.
You always put your fucking
Fuck you, man.
Danny!
Any more?
Uh-oh.
That's not gonna hold.
Vince! Fire the fucking gun!
Shoot the chain?
Whoa, watch it.
Ain't gonna work.
Just do it! No? Oh yeah, okay, I just wasted a bullet.
I think you just pissed him off.
What do I do?
Yeah,
What do I do?
How the hell are we gonna get out of
There's
here?
gotta be a way. Can't we just shoot off the chains?
No way. Wouldn't cut through.
What about the cuff? If we shoot one of those off, the chain will slip right out.
Are you fucking insane? What do you think is gonna happen if you fire a shotgun that close to someone's foot?
Well, what do you think's gonna happen if we don't get the fuck out of here? Vince, give me the
Oh
gun.
my god.
We gotta do this.
Back off.
Put it!
Whoa.
Vince, what the fuck?
You're gonna do me and not this
Hey,
rapist
I
fuck?
know you're a good guy.
Fuck! Oh, no, big.
I'm an asshole. Like,
Okay,
This
I
guy?
know I'm a fuck up, but Jesus.
I never did anything.
I don't want to pick! Okay, I'm gonna do this guy.
Sorry, buddy.
No, you can't! Vince, I have a... Oh!
Shit! Still attached.
Again, do it.
Oh my god! I'm sorry, but Danny is more... Danny is more of a fighter, to be honest.
Oh, God!
Oh my god, I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I'm sorry! It had to happen. It had to happen, okay? What had to be done has to be done. Oh my god. Okay, 3 more stories? Still Wyatt. Who is Wyatt? You can't survive an episode without killing anyone? Hiya! It had to be done, okay? Well, it's called The Walking Dead, not The Walking Survivors. True.
God, this is so fucked!
What?
Why the hell
41
did you
days?
shoot that guy, man? What the hell was that?
I didn't mean
Am I
to do it.
hippie?
It just happened, okay?
I'm
Where
a
the fuck
hippie?
were you with a warning?
Me? You're putting that on me now? I didn't see the guy either. I was too worried those dudes were gonna pull guns on us. Or
Shit! Dude, how'd they catch up to us?
Who gives a shit? Just
Oh god.
hurry up, Eddie!
Here, man. Shoot! Get him, man! Jesus, man. God, this is so fucked up. I didn't mean for this to get this fucking fucked up.
Am I even doing anything? One tap them? Not possible. I don't have aimbot here.
Dude, are they there or not? Come on. Wyatt, talk words at me, man.
I don't see anything.
Are you sure? Those guys wouldn't just give
I
up.
I don't see anything.
Here, I'll turn off.
Okay.
Feel that look on me, man. I'm not being an asshole. I'm being smart. No lights, no, you know, they can't see us. Christ, I can taste blood in my mouth. I don't think it's mine. I can't see a damn thing out here. Man, man, this is so fucked.
Crashing into a cow ain't gonna help anything.
Oh,
man.
Exactly.
shit. I should
Mr.
watch out for
Bean's
cows.
car.
Cows! Why didn't I think of that? When's the last time you saw a cow, dude?
Okay, bad example.
I've never
but you
seen
can still
Mr.
hit
Bean
something, man.
movie before.
We're in this shit.
Don't barf just yet, okay? Please. This road
I know
is
who
really
Mr.
straight.
Bean is though,
We'll
but
be fine.
At least slow
I
down.
have never
What?
seen
Fuck no.
a film
Did you see that one guy's eyes,
of
man?
Mr. Bean
He's fucking gorgeous.
before.
I don't want that guy in my life, Wyatt.
You're covered in that guy's
Dude,
blood.
You are covered in that guy's blood.
I know, Wyatt. My shirt is soaked. It's like, why didn't they say anything? Guy's taking his shit over there. That's all they had to say.
I told you not to keep that gun on you.
Fuck right
Told you
off,
not to keep
Wyatt.
that gun.
Those guys were going to kill us and take all our shit.
You don't know that.
Yes, I do. That gun saved your chubby ass. Look, Wyatt,
My chubby ass?
all I know is
Thank
those
you.
guys had me on.
The fact that you
jacked
think I have a
up.
fat
I was on
ass is...
speed or something. I was just on edge, you know? Then I was like, what?
Oh my goodness. I'm pretty sure
Sorry, man.
there's only 12 episodes, but it felt like more. Only 12?
Don't sweat it, man.
I thought Mr. Bean was like a really, really like long-term like thing. That's why everybody knows about it.
About time.
I will punch your eyes. See? It's fine. Road straight as my dick.
You're only alive because of that gat of yours. The driver probably.
Think we're in the
Right? Don't talk about your dick.
Don't talk about your dick.
Why not?
Wait, is
All
this a
right,
BL?
Tom Cruise out of here.
Why didn't you have a
Why is
girlfriend?
it that you never had a girlfriend again? Oh, right. Forgot there was more than one reason.
Did
See
you
if there's
just
still any
fart?
sticky in the glove box.
Oh my god, brother. Typical me and empty conversation.
Dude, it's in there. Look harder.
I don't see it. What I do
Is this
see
how
is
guys
that
talk to
ammo
each other?
Lost last week.
Oh my god, really? But is there any weed? You know, one time I was going out with this girl, right? Abigail. You remember her? And she told me that when she was 5, I think, her dad took her to the circus sideshow. They walked around for a while. Saw the chick with 2 heads. Saw a dude with lobster hands. Some kind of monkey human with a dick for a face. I don't know. She also said there was a little girl in there the size of
Oh my god.
But I called bullshit on that. The point is, she saw there was this guy standing in there, buck naked, and singing this weird... Are you even listening to me?
Yes, I am.
The guy peed on her dad.
Huh?
Shit!
Oh!
Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. Did you get a look? I think that was a guy. Wyatt, come on, man, say something. Was that a dude or not?
This guy's killing everyone.
The fucking fog.
I don't know.
This night is so fucked, man.
Let's pretend that was a cow.
I don't know. It's too fast, man.
Man, don't say that. You have to know. Dude, you have to.
Why me? You were the one who hit him. What?
Let's see if there's anything around the car. You know, anything that'll like tell us one way or the other. That way we can just book. But I'm not leaving if we hit a human being, man. I'm just not.
Okay.
Man, don't roll it down broken.
I can't see through the cracks. Look, it's fine, see?
Dude, what's that on the broken side?
Guys, that's that's so immature.
It's fresh, yeah, but it's kind of dark.
Yeah. Damn.
Damn. The cloth?
It's part of a shirt, I think. Yeah, but plenty of dead guys have shirts on. Keep looking.
Keep looking.
What's that way out in the road? Seriously, you think some piece of that guy made it into the glove box?
Man, I don't know.
Okay,
I'm
stop
really
yelling
not
at me.
Is that the mirror from the car?
Can't tell from here.
Oh.
Stop messing around. We need to know what's going on, okay? That's not gonna help.
Okay. Jeez.
Jeez, what are you looking?
Look. Wyatt. It was a guy.
Are you sure?
Yes.
How sure?
Pretty fucking sure. Don't eat a burrito and get on a roller coaster shit.
Jesus. So what do we do?
What do you mean, what do? We go out there.
And what?
Go out there and what?
Find the guy and help him. Who the hell are you tonight?
If it's a guy.
It's a guy. I saw him.
Okay.
Come on, man. This is stupid. We go out there, we check it out, we get moving.
Both of us?
Both of us?
I mean, I don't know. Me? I hit the fucking guy. One of us should stay here, though, in case.
Why don't we go together? We go together?
Okay. Well... Shit, okay.
Why don't we
we'll
just
rock,
go
paper, scissors,
together? Okay, okay. Rock, paper, scissors?
Fine.
Okay, cool, good. This is good. We need to hurry up. You ready?
Man, I can't believe I'm doing this.
Rule number 1, always
Dude,
throw scissors.
2 seconds, it's over. Alright, 2 out of 3, right?
Sure.
1, 2, 3, go.
I knew it! I knew it!
Alright, okay.
He's gonna throw rock this time. I'm gonna throw paper.
1, 2, 3, go. Paper never wins, dude. Paper is the Germany of hand gestures. Alright, dude. This is it.
I'm gonna throw paper again.
1, 2, 3, go.
What the hell?
Paper is a loser.
This is rigged. This is rigged. This is so rigged.
Bitch.
This is so rigged. He said paper never wins.
Right.
Wait, paper never wins.
Be careful, dude.
Okay, my idea was that, like, he was trying to do reverse psychology on me, okay? Paper never wins, so he's gonna throw, like... Never mind, I never listened. It's okay, you know, that was a good game, GG, NT, you know, it's fine.
You got a
piece of glass.
Dude, thing is jacked. Should I take it?
You know, he did a double reverse psychology by doing a normal psychology. That is true. That is true. I'm just dumb, guys. Oh God.
What the fuck is taking so long? Hurry up.
He's walking so slow. I don't know why Wyatt is walking so
Great
slow.
backpack if you could tell me if your owner was alive or not. Alright, I guess I'll just keep talking to myself out here because that makes sense.
Come on, walk faster. Yeah, I see a freaking body. Can you walk faster, please? And I have finally finished Final Fantasy 12. Woo, nice!
Holy shit, that's a fuck ton of blood.
How was it? Was it fun? Is more blood? You're kind of blue. I guess you could say
Following this thing.
I'm pretty
Goods at the end.
cool. Huh. Huh. Get it?
Shit. Are you okay? Sir? Can you hear me?
Looks like he's pretty out of it.
Okay. An officer?
This is bad. Man.
Wait!
Cop, please be okay.
Is this the same cop? Never mind. Actually, I don't know. Okay. You still have a few things I have to do though, like beat Omega, MK12, and what's it? Yazmat.
Fuck it. All right.
The cop.
Let's get your ass to the car.
Hold the left mouse button and grab. Okay. Can I shoot them? Go, 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 go. Oh my god, this zombie, she's kind of busty. No? Okay, go, go, go. Yazmat is basically a god dragon with roughly 12 million HP. Million HP, if I remember right. That's a lot. 12 million. Oh my god. You're battling by yourself? Or you're fighting it by yourself? Or with team? Okay. A part of 3? Ah, okay. A party of 3. Ah, okay. A party of 3. Wait, there's a car. No, wait.
Eddie, come help me, man. Eddie, there was a guy. I'm in trouble. Come help me out.
Holy shit.
It was just getting started.
Oh my god. I don't even know what happened. I don't even know what happened. Why was the car thinking? That's I don't know. I got abandoned. They kidnapped him? That's it? Okay. Shell. Let's do Bonnie. Because I feel like this one is special. Because the sticky note is yellow. You know? And the highest damage number I've hit an enemy for, I think was 20k. 20k? Holy damn. Wait, so it's not even like that bad. Just do that same move over and over again.
Okay, got one. A snake for a tongue.
You're so bad at this.
Would you rather have a snake for a tongue?
Awful.
Or lobster claws for hands?
Would you rather eat horse feet or a mad baby?
I swear, this is the worst one ever.
You know the rules, miss. Gotta answer. Well,
I'm thinking.
think harder.
And how exactly do you think harder?
Good point. I'll think about that.
Neither?
That's not really an answer.
You don't set the rules around here.
Well, that's a fact.
Is he my dad
Okay.
or are we lovers?
About
I need to know the relationship before I say something.
you've been a lot more fun lately. Feeling better?
I guess
Huh.
I am.
Yeah,
Oh,
unlike
sure do
guys,
look
for the fight set, it could take a bare minimum 45 minutes to fight. Oh my god.
That came
Why
out
not
wrong.
both?
What I mean is,
Sweet home
you were,
Alabama.
you know.
Thanks, jerk.
Hey, that's what I'm here for.
Oh, to remind me how hideous I was.
Nah. Make sure you keep on keeping on.
Okay.
I mean it, though. After we found you, you were still so hooked on that stuff. Well, I never thought you'd make it. You ain't out of the woods yet, I know, but
I think
you've
they're
come a long way, Bonnie. And I'm proud of you.
poster child.
Yeah, I'm a real poster child.
I could see you on a brochure.
Oh, like the ones at the dentist? Before and after, with the puffy face and the yellow teeth.
Just look at her now.
Listen, 12 million is a lot of HP, and once he's down to 1/3 HP, he reduces all damage he takes. That is insane. That is insane.
I'm gonna pray.
I know. God, Leland, thank you.
Guys, which one of them dies this episode?
Leland?
With it?
Bonnie?
Dee.
Hey, honey.
Oh!
I found us something. What are you two up to?
Just chatting.
Chatting, huh?
Wait, am I a mistress? Lobsters.
We were.
Wait, no, I didn't
worried
click it.
Well, I'm just dandy. I got you a present.
Oh,
I'm a
you shouldn't
homewrecker.
have. What'd you find?
I'll tell you later. I don't mean to interrupt your chat with your girlfriend, but we gotta
Just
get
cheating.
moving.
Chatting, I mean, chatting.
What the hell was that?
So, where'd you get the bag, Dee? Dee? Dee, did you hear me?
What's in the bag, Dee?
I told you, it's a surprise.
It's a gun. She's gonna
Hey,
kill us.
Dee, when we get back to camp,
She's
would
gonna kill
you
both
let
of
me borrow
us.
some of that nail polish?
Sure, hon. You like this
The
color?
main and
It's my
side chick
favorite.
thing.
And after today, I could use a new coat, you know?
Same here. I feel like a drowned rat with these claws.
Not to interrupt the girl talk here, but Dee, that bag.
Look, I found it down the road a piece, all right?
Where down the road?
Some place off that away.
Damn it, Dee, you gotta give us more than that.
Was anyone there?
I don't think so.
You don't think, or you don't know?
Those mean the same thing.
I kind of like this
Just
episode.
tell us, baby.
The drama.
You guys sure gang up on me a lot lately.
Honey, that ain't true.
Tell me one time you sided with me in the last week. The last month.
All right. I can't remember one especially, but I know I have.
False. This is how all our fights go. Every time. Now we're standing here in the woods, soaking through, and for what? Don't you want to get to the camp before dark?
I ain't the one who
Hush, your
stopped.
voice is down.
But you
Come
are
on
the
now.
one who made me stop.
Irregardless.
Oh my god.
Just as easy
She's
to carry
gonna
on like this while
yell
we're
at both of
walking.
you.
Oh, I've
Oh,
about had it with that
God.
attitude.
Attitude?
And now
I'm
we're
gonna leave you
standing in
both
this
here in a
goddamn
minute.
rain in this goddamn middle
I
of
know you
nowhere
did
place.
that on purpose.
You listen to me now.
Oh,
I have had it up
God.
to here with listening to you.
Oh, forget the both of you. I'm leaving.
Don't leave, please. We can sort this out.
Oh, Lord, give me strength.
Oh my
We'll straighten this
god.
out. You
Drama.
get it, right, Dee? We can solve this out. We just need to get somewhere else.
Oh, now you agree with me.
Bonnie, darling, I'm sorry we're...
Darling,
He slipped up. He slipped up.
save it. I know what side your bread is buttered on. Yours, too.
Dee,
Oh my God.
Now's not the time.
Bitch.
Whatever issues we got, we'll
I'm
hash them
gonna
out
say
later.
bitch.
Bonnie.
Go to hell, Bonnie. This is the thanks I get after what we did for you. I'm sorry. I just want to get somewhere where I can change my clothes, and then you and your girlfriend can...
Just realized he looked like Trevor from GTA 5. He
Oh, God, run, come on,
because
we
he
gotta
has
move.
that
What are you
redneck
talking about?
kind of look to him. Oh!
Oh, shit. Son of a bitch. Wait up, y'all.
Oh! What a bitch! Oh my god! no. What in the world? Oh my god! Get wrecked? This is what I get for calling her the B word? Oh god. Look at them holding hands and running away. Squishy. Oh my god.
Hey, Leyland!
Through here! Look!
Where the hell are they?
D!
Oh my god. How can I
think
tell?
I saw something over here.
Come on, Bonnie. Come on.
No!
Shit. Where are you?
Upgraded to the C word? The C word!
I see a damn thing out here. Anybody got anything?
Okay. You're going by stealth.
Anything?
No, I can't see a damn thing out here.
Oh, lady. Okay.
Mama, watch over me. Okay, Bonnie. Stay calm.
What do I do now?
Find a weapon.
Find a weapon? What's this? Oh. Okay. Stack! Damn right! Take your flashlight.
Bonnie.
Oh!
D? Oh, God.
Oh my god.
I'm so sorry. Oh, God.
Why? You. Why? Do I love you?
I didn't know it was you.
How bad is it?
It was dark. It's so dark. I couldn't see you. I didn't know it was you. How was I supposed to know it was you?
There was no. I thought I saw you.
Oh my god.
You did this. Oh, God, you killed me. You killed me.
Anybody see anything?
I should never
What happened? I don't know. It was like
trusted you. Just Leland.
I
didn't mean to do this.
It was an accident.
God, I didn't mean to.
You love him. I seen him.
It was an accident. I swear. I swear.
No, God, I'm sorry. I need him. I need you both.
Didn't think you had the stones.
D, I would never. I swear this has nothing to do with him. It was an accident.
Fucking junkie.
Oh my god.
D, did you find her? Honey, I thought they got you back there. Jesus, are you shot?
Yes, I was shot.
D, God, what happened? Oh, Jesus, oh, Lord, Bonnie.
Well,
what
another
happened?
person sent to the pregame lobby. Oh my god.
What happened to you? Your face?
Be
Your
quiet.
face, Bonnie. How did this happen? Why didn't you wait for me?
I'm not saying anything. I'm taking this to the grave.
Tell me what happened.
She was ready like this.
I found her like this. I should have been there for her. I'm sorry, Leland.
I don't buy it, Bonnie. I don't buy it at all.
Back this way!
I feel
No!
sick.
You're going
Which way?
there!
Call
What do you mean?
out.
Don't buy
I think I
it.
heard something over here.
Come on.
I ain't leaving her.
Bro. They'll kill you.
Kill you.
Is this what it feels like to be the side chick? Oh my god.
Over here.
Gatekeep. Holy. Wait, that one is so short. Okay. Shell? Damn. Damn. Trying to romance me when you have a wife, but won't even choose me over your wife? Goddamn. No one can survive shit. I swear I didn't mean to kill her. Goddamn. Everybody's dying. Am I a child?
Wait.
"236 days in." Shell.
Michelle, your sister's getting pretty good, huh? Becca had a good teacher, Steph. Thank you for doing that.
I didn't mean to
She
kill
needs
her.
something to
It's
focus
generally
on
not
besides,
considered to be
you know,
valid defensive.
and everything else.
Okay,
Yeah.
you know, you're right.
Growing up in a world like this.
You know what? I did wanted to kill her. I wanted her man.
I'm trying to protect her from it as much as possible.
You have been promoted to level
Things are
5.
still here for now. I wanted to grow up with
Oh,
this,
God.
not what's outside these walls.
Becca's a good kid. These are shit times, and she's gonna go through that. But if we can keep her from experiencing some of the shit I've seen-
Murderer? You wrecked her home and her skull. She deserved it. She called me the B word.
Thanks.
Becca, that was great.
Thanks, sis. You think we can do something like this every
My
week?
sister, okay? You called her the B word first. You know what? That's true.
As long as it doesn't distract from keeping this place safe. That's always the priority.
That was amazing, Becca. We could all use a little more music in our lives. Did I ever tell you that I used
That's
to
what I'm
play
calling
in a band?
Yes, Roman, you've told us.
Sister
wanna
is
hear
not
about it
surviving this
again.
episode.
All right, all right.
Wait, which one? The younger
In
one
that
or the older
case,
one?
let's get back to work. Oh, and thanks to Boyd's hard work on the vegetable garden, we're having fresh soup tonight.
The younger one?
Okay, let's get to
Because I
it.
think I'm playing the older sister.
You want to help me and
right?
Shell do the supply inspection?
Cool. You check the flashlights this time. I'll look over the gun.
The younger one's gonna die. Okay, but be
Okay,
careful.
but be careful. People's lives depend on those.
You now
We
rank
can't have
top
them
3 in
screwing
getting
up because we
survivors
got
dead in
lazy.
The Walking Dead.
Shell, can you get a sec?
God.
Meet me out back. Help me feed the watchdogs.
Sure thing.
Alright. Like a guns?
How we doing on ammo?
Better than we thought. We haven't had to use these for a while.
What?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Huh. Still one short. We never found the other flashlight?
Wait!
Nope. Still in the cornfield somewhere.
Are we the one? Wait! This was the people that was shooting! I forgot her name. The couple! That was chasing them! No? This has to be them! It looks exactly like her! This girl right here that I saw? In the cornfield? Oh my god. No. No way. No way. Wait, what's up here? Empty wall?
Looks weird in here without the paintings.
Oh my god.
Boyd wanted something to paint his own
Wait,
pictures
but
on.
like, why
Guess
are
it'll
we
be a
killing
personal
them though?
gallery in here
Are we
when he's
gonna
done.
learn why we were chasing them?
The diner looked pretty nice back then.
That's because they used to pay people to clean it.
Also, not as many dead visitors back then.
Is it because D stole the backpack. If you that's probably why. Oh my god.
We
It's
should do
all
an
D's
inspection
fault.
on these. Make sure they all work.
Pantry door?
Ooh, starting
Okay.
to thin out in here. Thank God we have a garden now.
Is that it? Can I go through this door?
You scared me.
He's hungry. Guess he knows it's feeding time.
Wait, why are we feeding him?
It's not an animal, Roman.
Well, it's not human either. Not anymore. You know, your sister said she wouldn't mind doing
Oh sure, blame the woman you murdered.
doesn't need to deal with this kind of thing.
Listen, I know you think giving her an easy life is what's best. It's really
Whoopsie
not.
daisy, whoopsie.
This is far from an easy life, Roman.
You know what I mean. She needs to know the sacrifices we have to make to survive in this world.
That's
As
true.
long as she knows how to protect herself, it's fine. I don't want her to stop caring about people.
Okay. What's that one eating?
I don't know. I'll check it out.
I gotta get back out front. Looking forward to that soup.
Okay. I check it out. There's no weapons?
Oh, God.
Shen, friendly fire will not be tolerated. Oh god. Okay. Okay. Also, thank you for the follow! Young Yo, Jimbo, thank you. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the stream, welcome to the chat. How are you? How's your day? Oh.
Oh, Jesus,
Becca!
don't ever fucking do that again!
Whoa! What's your problem? I do this all the time. You don't get all pissed off.
Sorry, I
I'm
just saw something
sorry.
sad.
It's just the watchdogs. I guess they found a puppy.
A puppy?
Womp womp.
Yeah. I guess it just got to me. You know, it was so little. You don't think about babies anymore, but after a while you just kind of accept this is it.
Yeah. I guess you kind of forget.
Right? But then, you know, there it is. You see it and you want to protect it and now it's gone.
How old is Becca? She's like...
Maybe if Clive dies next, we can put him out there instead. He'd make a
Oh.
better watchdog anyway.
She's kind of heartless. Holy shit. Holy damn.
Becca, something's going on outside.
What is it?
I don't know. Something bad. We gotta find Roman.
Roman? Roman on these nuts! Ow!
Come here, everyone.
Come on, we gotta find Roman.
Let's mop them. If so quer viver.
Jesus.
Okay.
Largam.
My God.
Largam.
What did you do?
All I did was put on the blindfold and bind his wrists. Somebody else beat him up. He already had the cuts and bruises.
Watchdogs caught him trying to steal supplies.
Is he bitten?
No, they didn't get that close.
Okay. What did he take?
What did he take?
Food, medicine, whatever he could get his hands on.
Usual stuff. I couldn't get any other information out of him. I don't think he speaks English.
I can't believe he just snuck
The
in.
second break-in we've had in the last couple of weeks. We just barely got our stuff back last time. And that had nothing to do with us. We just got lucky. Whatever went down was between them.
Well, we all know what it's like trying to survive out there. He just came in here for food. Let's just give him some and send him on his way.
What if there are more of them? He could have been scouting.
I mean...
That's right. He could be part of a larger group.
If there were more, I think we would have seen them by now. I mean,
could let him stay.
Nobody travels alone by choice anymore, right?
We can't take the risk of letting him go, but why not let him stay?
I guess that would be okay.
We could always use more hands keeping the place secure.
Boy, we don't need any more people here. And look at him. How is he gonna...
can't even speak English. This group
Okay,
works
ma'am.
because we know how to communicate.
You're about day 2 when I leave you out there. That's
Are you judging him
racist.
based on race?
Of course not. But come on.
Well, he's not staying here. You let in a stranger, and everything starts breaking down.
The last time we did that,
She
we
has a
lost
32K
and then
4D
burned with
ratio.
that goddamn boat.
I still can't believe we
32
let that guy
kills
threaten
for
us like
them.
that. If that guy Leah told me I didn't have the balls, I'd
Okay,
have shot him on
32
the
is a
spot.
bit of a stretch. I did not kill 32 people. Probably like
Agree.
31.
Keeping him here is not an option. In his condition, he'd be a drain on our resources. Look, we all know what we're talking about here, so let's stop dancing around it. We either let this guy go and take our chances,
Uh-huh.
or we kill him.
Are you serious?
Jesus Christ. Are you serious?
Roman's right. It's gotta be one or the other.
We're letting him go. It's the only right thing to do.
I'm telling you, we
Basically
can't do
killed
that.
the entire
Killing him?
crew.
Is that really the answer?
Stephanie,
I think-
Boyd, you two don't think we should kill him. And we know where Joyce and Clive stand on the subject. You're the swing vote here, Shell. What's it gonna be?
She set him free.
We have to set him free.
We can't.
He's not even armed. We can't just kill him. This isn't in self-defense.
Isn't it though? If it means he can't come back to hurt us?
That isn't the same thing.
But last time...
Joyce, that was a long time ago.
You never know.
If we
You never
kill this
know.
man, then we're giving up a part of ourselves that we can never get back.
Exactly. Morals.
I'm not ready to let that go.
Take his thumbs? Take his thumbs?
Cut him free.
I hope you guys know what you're doing.
Give him some food, 3 or 4 cans, just as a gesture of good faith. And get him out of here. I don't know if you can understand a word
Okay,
I'm
Kevin.
saying.
Okay.
You better
Take his
understand
feet,
this.
sniff them.
You
Okay,
came
you know,
this close
if he was
to
a
death
girl,
today.
probably,
If you
but
ever come near this place again, or tell anybody
I feel
where
like this
we
guy
are,
has dirty feet. Okay,
I wish you would
I don't know.
die
I would never sniff another guy's feet. Girls only. Just delimb him so you have no. We're not gonna eat him. Sometimes it takes a real man to be the best girl.
Do you have any 4s?
That's crazy.
Nope.
Wait, that's the
Do you have
diner.
any 7s?
Wait, that's the diner. Oh, yes, I do.
Yep.
The diner that Russell was at?
I miss playing guitar for everyone. It was stupid, but fun. Why don't we do
You didn't
that
realize?
anymore?
No, I
Since
didn't
the attack, there's a
know.
lot we don't do anymore.
I shouldn't have let that guy go. Boyd would still be alive and everything would be the same.
Boyd agreed it was the
The
right
old
thing
lady!
to do.
That's the old lady! I'm
Roman's
sorry,
obsessed
she
with
only
keeping
showed
this
up for
place
like
secure
2
now.
seconds. Not
You
gonna
know
lie though,
that's
she only showed up for like 2
impossible, right?
seconds. I
No, not the last time. Roman isn't taking any chances.
Also, that was like
Finish
an
it,
hour
fix the
ago,
loose
so
board behind the storage
my
box.
short-term memory,
Becca,
guys,
are you sneaking out again?
you know. Huh.
Don't let anyone else know about that spot, just in case.
Okay.
In case
It's
of
all
what?
connected?
In case something
Yeah.
happens and
I
we
see
need
how
to
they're
get out
all
of here
like
in a hurry.
connected.
We've got to always
But like
be
this
prepared.
story,
Shell, I need to
I
talk
think
to
it was
you.
connected to Russell.
It's open. What's going on?
Hey, Becca.
Hey,
When you get a sec, I need you
Okay.
to come out.
And when they
talk to
chased
me.
Bonnie, she ran to the prison bus.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Is this
Is
about
this
Becca?
about Becca?
And the freaking
Come
police
see me.
officer that they freaking crashed,
what
those
was
two
that all
hippies.
about?
It's the same police officer that they have as their watchdog. No, I didn't notice. Don't worry about
Probably nothing. Don't worry about it.
He said
it.
it
That's
was
what I
important.
saw.
Yeah, well, these
I
days
noticed, that's
everything's
what I
important to
noticed.
Roman. Stay here. It'll be just a minute. I'll fill you in when I get back.
I see. I see. Tinfoil hats on. It's all connected. I'm crazy. Red's Diner.
How come no one's watering these?
Okay, painting. Why you look so sad? Joyce?
Joyce, do you know what's going on?
I don't know if I should say anything.
Please, what is it?
Okay.
They caught Stephanie stealing.
If they... Okay, if a bunch of masked people...
What are they gonna do?
Came and stole all stuff.
What can...
And then, like, everybody else died except for the 2 old people.
We'll figure it out.
Then who were the person who stole it? Because I thought it was, D who stole from these people. And now I'm thinking,
Roman?
it's probably
Good,
not.
you're here.
Maybe, I don't know.
I heard about Stephanie.
I'm sorry.
What are you gonna do?
You know what we do.
What happened?
We caught her trying to escape.
So what?
Well, so what, Roman? Ever since the incident, this hasn't been an easy place to live in. If she doesn't want to stay, let her take her chances out there.
Well, A, she had most of our seeds, medicine, and ammo with her. And B, you know we can't let anyone leave who knows where we are. She screwed us, Shell.
But we're
All of
literally
us.
like in the middle of the
Now we're in
road.
that position again where we can't keep her here and we can't let her go. You do know why
It's not
I'm
like we're
telling you
hiding, right?
right?
It's not like this place is hidden, right?
Yeah. You want me to take care of it.
You and Boyd were the ones who fought to let that guy go. Convinced us all to take that chance. Well, we did. It was wrong. And now Boyd is dead.
Roman would not let anyone
We're
escape
beyond the
his
luxury
seed.
of taking chances now. And I need to know that you're with us 100%.
Seeds. His man seeds. She's one of
But
us.
she's one of us. This is different.
No, she's not. Not anymore. She tried to sneak out and leave us without any medicine or extra ammo. She knew that could mean the death of any one of us. You got your gun?
It's in the camper.
I'll give
Camper?
you a few minutes.
But I hardly even know her.
God, what do I tell Becca?
That's up to you. Whatever you say, I'll back you up.
Damn.
Shell? What's wrong? Am I in trouble?
Stephanie tried to escape. Be
It's
honest.
Stephanie. She stole a bunch of supplies and tried to escape.
Oh my god. The hell did she do that for?
Roman says we have to...
Kill her? Yeah. Why would she do this to us?
Because this place isn't safe anymore. After
Yes.
those guys attacked us, even after we let their friend go, this place just hasn't been the same.
Of course not. Roman's trying to make it better.
Better? No one is happy anymore. We live like prisoners.
But it's safe here. I mean, yeah, I want to get away every now and then, but I would never leave. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Roman wants me to do it.
The little girl has no
I'm
empathy.
sorry.
Yeah, I think she's like a sociopath.
Let's just get it over with. Your gun's over there.
You
in the
know?
drawer.
Now when you've gone through some stuff, you've been conditioned to like
You
be
son of a-
heartless. You know?
You mother.
She's kind of crazy now.
Jesus.
You know, we don't have to do this.
Hey, you wanna
We can
see
just go.
something? Huh? You little.
We've survived on our own before.
Oh,
If
wait.
we just go, we can be out of here before anyone can do anything about it.
Don't you dare
Are
make
you
me
crazy? Where would
Okay,
we
and
go?
I will-
There's nothing out there.
Okay, and
As long as we're here, we're safe. The group will protect
did it
us.
work? It didn't work.
But for how
I'm a
long?
beeper.
I don't know. Longer than we'd survive out there. Besides,
I
you
barely
know the
even use
rules.
it. I never
if we
use
try
it.
to leave, Roman will
How
hunt us
dare-
down.
No,
We
no,
don't
no.
have a
You don't
choice.
say anything to me. Well,
This is
I'm gonna.
who we are now.
Okay, and then I'm gonna up your and then.
I don't want this to be who we are.
Just let me do it then.
Kind of funny. No, I'll do it.
I'll do it. You shouldn't ever have to
Oh my
do
god,
something
Graham!
like this.
Hello!
I just
Mom, pick
need
me
a
up, I'm
second.
scared.
This really
How are you, Graham?
Yeah, it
Welcome
does.
in.
Shell, it's time.
It's time. It's time to drive away or kill Stephanie.
Everything okay?
I feel like I'm gonna drive
Shell?
away. I'm gonna drive
What are
away.
you doing? Shell? Shell, what the hell?
Sit down, get safe.
I'm leaving. This place is terrible.
God damn it! It's time to
Time to do. I'm good. That's great. Nice. 400 days in.
We were right. There are survivors out here.
Still alive? Oh, they're gonna be happy to get rescued. So how many are we talking about?
Okay. Around 5, I think.
Around 5, I think. They left a note, so at least we know they want to be found. And I can see smoke in the distance. Probably a camp. I'm gonna try to make contact tonight.
Thank you for the blurb. Thank you.
Use your best judgment. We're building a good community here. We want to keep it that way.
Of course. I found him.
Holy shit! Good job. Everything okay?
So far, so
Am
good.
I gonna die here?
Try to talk to him.
I haven't killed anybody yet.
Yeah, good luck. Be careful.
Is this where I killed?
Force them into anything.
Wait, the last one? I didn't kill anybody.
You got it. Hey! Don't shoot.
Vince! Don't fucking move! Who the fuck are you?
Wait, they're all
My
here.
name is Tavia.
How did you find us?
They're all here. Oh my god. I found your
I
note.
found your note.
Shell, Wyatt, Vince,
I'm a scout
Bonnie?
for a growing settlement up north. We go out and look for survivors to rescue them. We have food, clean water,
Okay,
and
Russell?
shelter for everyone. We're offering you a chance to help us out and start over.
Thank you for the
God,
flame.
this sounds too good
Okay,
to
now
be
you're gonna
true,
get
but
someone killed? Oh
I think it
god,
is.
no. I don't know why I love the insult of calling someone a stale and piece of white.
You should know
Okay,
about that. Hey,
that's a
when
good
I
insult.
told Layla-
You're basically telling them they're bland.
Guys, look.
You're
If I
boring,
learned
you're
one thing from
bland.
Danny,
You're a piece
it's
of
that we
white
have to
bread, you're
stick together
flour.
and protect ourselves.
What? That guy was an asshole. You should be happy he got killed before Shell and Becca joined us.
Why?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Yeah, screw this. We don't know what kind of people we're dealing with. The only reason I'm
Denny's-
with you guys is because Vince saved my life.
Gone.
Look, we need people, plain and simple. You folks can decide if you want to come as a group or split up or whatever. But I don't want to be out here in the open after dark. So in a few minutes, I'm going to be getting back in my car and on my way. Hopefully, at least some of you will follow me.
Well, I'm going. Maybe we should go too, sis. If Roman is still looking for us, he wouldn't be able to do anything to us there.
There's no way that guy is still looking for you. We've been to that truck stop. There's no one left.
Roman's not a problem. It's following her that'll get you killed.
Look, I know it's a risk, but what else is there? If you guys are going, then so are we.
I don't like this, guys. We should just walk away. I don't trust her.
Well, why not, Russell? If they have food and medicine and
Yeah, medicine.
look,
I don't trust her, Bonnie.
I'm not lying
I'm
to
not
you.
lying to you.
How do we know that?
Flower
You
eagle? Banak
You don't have
bum?
to come, but we'd be
What
happy
is
to have you.
Banak bum?
Oh, come on, guys.
All flat?
I mean, we left those photos so that someone could find us, didn't we? Well, it could be a trap. What if they want to kill us?
Thank you. Everyone out there is batshit crazy. We've all seen it.
Well, we turned out all right, didn't we?
Relatively speaking.
You clearly outnumber me. If you wanted to overpower me, you could. Hell, I'll even go along as your hostage until you feel safe. No one is gonna
Banak
hurt
is
you.
fried
That's
bread.
not a bad idea, actually.
Oh!
And I'll do it. Because I know when you guys see this place,
I've
you'll
never
change
heard
your
anybody
minds.
call it Banik.
Look, I know you
Is
guys
that
are
like the
wary,
actual
and
term
you have
for it?
every right to be.
You don't know me from a hole in the ground. And yeah,
Yeah, I always
there
heard
are
people
some
call it
crazy
fried
fuckers
bread.
out there. All I'm here to do is make an offer. You can come with me, or you can stay here. The choice is yours. So, who wants to come with me?
I would go if I was. I would go. Can I make their choices? Come on, Wyatt. Come on. Put your hands up.
I'm just not sure. We've been out here for so long and seen so much bullshit. I mean, is it really worth getting our hopes up?
Of course it is, Russell. Hope is all we've got left.
But being smart, that's what's keeping us alive.
Some of you may have been separated from friends or family. It's a long shot, but there's a chance you could find them there.
Have your people been through Statesboro?
Yes, I think we have.
Okay, but I swear to God, if you try anything, you're gonna regret it.
Yeah. And if you're not lying, maybe Eddie will be
I
there.
don't know. I
We'll
feel
do
like Russell
everything we
thinks
can to
he's
help you
being.
find your
He
friends
feels
and family. But understand that I
like
can't promise anything.
he's intimidating me, but he's so short
I
that
think
like
we've all made up our minds.
it doesn't feel scary.
Well, I guess we have our proof.
You know what I mean? He's
What
a
do you
little
wanna do with
bark, but
these?
he's very small. You know?
This is a good thing.
Now extend it
I
out.
know it is.
How do we know this will work out?
I give you my word.
I give you my word.
And then we kidnap them and turn them into food. I'm sorry. I'm nothing. Soylent Green is people. Oh wait, did you stay in the car or get out? 50% of players got out of the car. Oh, that's Wyatt. Oh. Okay, left Nate. Yeah, we left Nate. Liar. Did you lie to Leland? Yes, we lied to Leland. Kill Stephanie. We left in the RV. Oh my god. Wait, he stayed. God damn it, Vince. Wow, wow. Great game actually. Great game. Would give this game like an 8 out of 10. God. Thank you for the head pass. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the blurb. So we don't see that settlement. What a scam. I think that's for the future, right? I feel like the settlement is where we're gonna see like Krista and Omid and, you know, Clementine. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. God. I kind of want to play season 2 now. Next stream, next stream. Next stream. Season 2, maybe? Do it! It's been like a good 5 hours, guys. 5, almost 6 hours. It's okay. It is. I'll save it for the next stream. Also, okay, I don't know, because I want to play The Walking Dead, but then Chaos is like, oh Shen has to play Sekiro. Shen has to play Sekiro. We will see. We'll see. We'll see what I choose to do. Okay. Marvel Rivals? I know. I do want to play Marvel Rivals. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see how I feel that day. Okay. Anyways, thank you everyone for joining. I think I'm just gonna end it. Quick match. God, you guys is terrible influence. It's okay. No more Marvel Rivals for me. It got drained out of me like for the whole morning. Alright. Thank you everyone for joining. Thank you all for coming by. Thank you everyone for thank you for all the subs. Thank you for all the blurb, for all the cheers. Thank you all for joining. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you all for coming by. Hope you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, cause I'm gonna learn.